Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Dick Cheney, regarded as the most powerful vice president in U.S. history and former congressman of Wyoming, died Monday night at the age of 84. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Dick Cheney's early life got off to a rocky start.
He had a turnaround because he flunked out of Yale and he was a lineman for a power company in Wyoming. And then he ended up graduating University of Wyoming, University of Wisconsin, marrying his high school sweetheart, Lynn, and launching really a spectacular political career. The people that remembered him Tuesday remembered him as carrying strength and commanding respect.
Cheney died at his home in Wilson, Wyoming from complications of pneumonia and cardiac and vascular disease. Our continuing coverage on the passing of Dick Cheney continues on Cowboy State Daily. The nation is remembering Cheney as the serious, steely-eyed, no-nonsense former Secretary of Defense and Vice President who some dubbed a war hawk and others Darth Vader. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that in his home state of Wyoming, they also say he was a heck of a funny guy.
He thought he was going to a radio station in Riverton to be on a show. He sped there because he was behind. He pulled up. It was held in the house. And apparently the radio station had moved out of that house a few months before. He didn't know that. He pulls up to this house and kind of barges through the door. I'm ready to get on the radio and find some woman in her nightgown holding her baby, vacuuming her floor because now it's her house. And he's like, yeah, the radio's downtown now. And he's like, oh, okay. And as he's leaving, she goes, well, who are you? He's like, I'm running for office. And she says, well, okay, well, who are you? And he goes, I'm Al Simpson and I want your vote.
Richard Bruce Dick Cheney was on the Natrona County High School football team, senior class president, and married his high school sweetheart, Lynn Vincent. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
This Thanksgiving, many of our homeless neighbors will come to us, hungry, cold, and in need of hope. Wyoming Rescue Mission offers a lifeline. For just $2.58, you can do more than fill a plate. It's not just food you're giving, it's the first step toward recovery, job training, and a brighter future. With your help, we can change lives, one meal at a time. This season, let's serve up hope. Please donate today at wyomission.org. That's W-Y-O mission.org.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. The Wyoming Republican Party on Tuesday asked a legislative committee to loosen state laws that allowed a court to overturn an internal election. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the committee agreed to one of the party's many suggested tweaks.
The way it works is the electoral chain is not quite connected already, right? You vote for precinct committee men and women from your neighborhood, from your party at a state-run election. And then those go on to be voting members of the county party, who in turn can elect a state chair who's not necessarily from among them, can elect state delegates, and the state delegates are not necessarily from among them. But this would take it a step further and say that state chair or whoever can also vote. And so you're kind of expanding the voting power beyond the realm of people that were chosen at the ballot box.
The proposed change now advances to the state's lawmaking session, which opens February 9th. Casper native and University of Wyoming football star Logan Wilson is now a different Cowboy, a Dallas Cowboy. Cowboy State Daily's Justin George reports on the former Cincinnati Bengal going to Jerry's World in the DFW.
He had played for 6 years at the Cincinnati Bengals, but was traded to the Dallas Cowboys right before the NFL trading deadline. So the hope is that he's going to get more playing time there. He was a starting linebacker with the Bengals and had seen sort of his role get diminished. Cowboys are trying to make a push for the playoffs, so they're hoping that Logan can help sort of firm up the tackling.
Always a great ambassador for his home state, Thomas has partnered with Visit Casper to promote local tourism and share the Wyoming way of life with a national audience. A Wyoming legislative committee advanced a bill on Tuesday to criminalize dropping off ballots for other people, with a few exceptions. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that supporters of the bill say it protects election integrity. Critics say it could make felons out of well-meaning friends.
It's a ban of ballot harvesting. They're nervous that someone's going to grab like 20 ballots from a nursing home, people that maybe didn't know what they were doing when they filled them out, and drop them all off at the county clerk's office and sway an election.
If the bill is signed into law, a person violating that law would be charged with a felony punishable by up to 5 years in prison. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just...
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
It's the Cowboy State Daily Show on a Wednesday, November 5. And man, do we have some stories to get to today. Still remembering former Vice President Dick Cheney, near and dear to Wyoming. Whether you remember him as the War Hawk, Darth Vader, a heck of a funny guy, or a guy you'd like to go fly fishing with. We're remembering Dick Cheney today. Pete Williams will be on the show. Perhaps the closest to Dick Cheney, the professional politician, closer than anyone. We'll have him on. Also on the show today, as we look down the lineup, Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Degenfelder will be on. Catch us up to date on what's going on with the Wyoming Department of Education. Andy Rayland, he's a pro pistol shooter. He'll tell you what's going on at Otto Road as every third Saturday, they have a shooting event. Andy runs it. It's a whole lot of fun. We'll check in with him. Jared Petrino will talk UW sports. Boys won, girls lost in the basketball opener. And of course, we'll talk football. And we'll check in with Parker Jackson. He's a staff attorney for Goldwater Institute. Parker represented a woman in Sweetwater County, a parent of a student at Sweetwater County School District at Rock Springs who had not one but two stalking orders filed against her, and she got a pro bono attorney from Goldwater Institute, and they threw that right out the window. It's a matter of free speech and free speech rights. We'll talk to Parker Jackson today. Whole bunch going on. Stories we're following in the Cowboy State Daily. Still stories over the weekend we're trying to get to. Stories that happened over the last 24 hours. Logan Wilson's got a new home, but a same name. He's a cowboy again. A Dallas Cowboy. But Logan Wilson, I hope he sees a lot of success with the Cowboys. I mean, I'm not a Dallas Cowboy fan, but I, silently root for Logan Wilson. It was easy with the Cincinnati Bengals because they stink and their defense is terrible. Ditto Dallas Cowboys, but Wilson I think he'll be able to make an immediate impact and help that defense out. We're going to talk about these voting bills. Total of 13 election integrity-oriented pieces of legislation. My Secretary of State, Chuck Ray's been busy. 13 bills headed to the legislature this February. at the upcoming budget session. One of them seems odd. Claire McFarland has the story, the one about being able to bring your friends' ballots to the... I don't, whether you want to say the limit is 5 or the limit is 2. I was surprised to learn you can bring somebody's ballot that isn't yours. How is that okay? It's news to me, but again, I don't vote, so a lot of things are news to me regarding voting. Casper man gets 13 to 16 years in prison for having child porn images. That was a plea deal. His wife asked, consider house arrest, and the judge says, man, this stuff is disgusting. No. He's going to prison. There's also some, perhaps, Clara's going to be on today, thank goodness, because she can explain the story to me about the Wyoming Republican Party. They want non-elected members to be able to vote. All this stems from the Hot Springs County Republican Party and the big dust-up that happened there. Claire can explain, hopefully, better. Jen Coker yesterday tipped us off to the fact there's a guy in Florida with a pet otter that can detect bodies in water that have drowned. Really, it's the nation's first search and recovery otter trained to sniff out cadavers in water. We were talking about it, wondering if this otter could survive Misty Moon Lake in the Bighorns, number one. Because it's super cold, and this is a Florida otter. It would freeze its fins off, right? Do otters have fins? It would freeze its paws off. But Jen dropped that piece of knowledge, and I had to circle back. We were talking about a missing person case from dating back to, I don't know, like the 1970s. Or 80s. And Jen said, there's a guy in Florida with an otter that can search out bodies, search and rescue otter. And I thought, no way. Mark Hines wrote up the story a day later. Yes way. The otter's name is Splash, and we'll discover more about this unique otter. Would it ever be used in Wyoming? Mark Hines asked some search and rescue peoples. He asked some sheriffs. They said maybe. I mean, anything that could cut costs. We have equipment now that can do stuff, but, maybe. Cheyenne woman gets 7 to 10 for stabbing her husband. She had been stabbing beer cans. This is such a Florida. Speaking of Florida, this story is straight out of Florida, including the name Shantavia. I swear this is not from Palm. This is not the Florida story. This happened right in Wyoming somehow. Jackson Walker, Cheyenne woman. Jackson Walker has the story. Shantavia was stabbing beer cans when her husband said, stop that. So she did and stabbed him instead. He died 4 days later. He's going to prison. Oh, man. What happened to the good old days of, 1960s sitcoms when father knew best and the worst you got from the wife was the frying pan? Now you get the business end of a knife. Dadgum. Let's take a look at the weather forecast. Mostly sunny, breezy, and Casper highs in the upper 60s. Hey, we'll take that in November. Partly sunny in Landers, 65 today. Mostly sunny, Evanston, 63. Gorgeous. Sunny, breezy in Rock Springs, double sixes. In western Wyoming, Pinedale, partly sunny, 56 the high. Afton, maybe a rain shower around 5-ish, but otherwise 59. Mostly sunny, breezy in DuBois, 57. Jackson, partly sunny, breezy, 60. Thermopolis, breezy and becoming mostly sunny with highs of 65 in Thermop. Cody, partly sunny, 63 the high. Buffalo, mostly cloudy, breezy, 64. Sheridan, you're cloudy and 63. Gillette, mostly sunny, breezy, high 60. Newcastle, sunny, 55. Torrington, 65 under sunshine. Lusk, upper 50s, breezy, sunny. State capital, Cheyenne, sunny, breezy, 57. 61 in Laramie with sunshine. Mostly sunny and breezy in Rawlins with highs 60. We'll talk to Don Day with a day weather forecast later and get some more deets. Including, I had a question for Don regarding weather. What was it? Oh, yeah. I think we had a wet October. I mean, here we are 5 days into November. So we get the, probably by now, Don has at his disposal the October numbers. And I think October was kind of wet. More so than usual. October typically is pretty dry in Wyoming. And this last October, I think, was wetter than normal. It's just straight up going to ask Don Day. Is that true? Let's see. Where to start? Let's go to sports. I do sports early in the morning, like now, because for the most part, I found that for the most part, in general, it's males, the men who are interested in sports, and the women not so much. In general. And in general, early in the morning, like this hour, it's men that are up because men got to get up and go to work. And women are just lollygagging in bed, reading glossy magazines, reading the beauty magazines. The fashion magazine. Well, obviously, the wife is still asleep. See? Case in point, this house, this studio now. The male, the patriarch, up, making the money, bringing home the bacon. The women enjoying another hour of beauty sleep. So this is when we sneak in sports. Casper native, University of Wyoming football star Logan Wilson. By the way, he's a linebacker, if you didn't know. Number 55. One of the better linebackers to ever come out of Laradice. Drafted by the Bengals and became just about an immediate starter. He's an impact linebacker. Now, Justin George in his story says that the Broncos dealt him and he said maybe Wilson can see more playing time with the Cowboys. I thought the Bengals used him, he was a starting linebacker. He was one of their defensive pieces. They used him. The problem was they didn't have anyone else. The whole the Bengals defense is horrendous, terrible. They can't tackle, they can't cover, they can't rush the quarter, they can't do anything. Except for, this is the one guy, Logan Wilson. He's the only guy on that defense that can do anything. So why does he get traded? You may ask. Well, it's the trade deadline. It's that time in the season when NFL teams have to decide if they're a buyer or a seller. And the Bengals decided they're selling, almost to the extent the Jets did. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, this time, you take a look at the record. If you're the general manager, you get with the owner and you're saying, yeah, we got a shot this year at a Super Bowl. We just need a couple more guys. So the GM gets on the phone and finds out who's available, and you go get them. Or if you're the Bengals or the Jets, you say your GM talks to the owner and says, man, we got no shot this year. We're awful. I don't need to tell you this, Mr. Owner. You're in the skybox. You've been watching the games. We're terrible. I'll take the blame for it, but we're awful. Why don't we get rid of our expensive dudes and just rebuild? Let's just tear it down. New York Jets traded everybody. Oh, they traded some good players. And the only guy they didn't trade who's any good, their running back Breece Hall, when he found out that they gutted the team at the trade deadline, Breece said, I want out of here. He wants to go. So the Jets made that, the GM for the Jets talked to the owner and said, we're awful, but you know what? We could be better in a few years. Let's get rid of the guys, our best guys that cost us money, because the phone lines are burning up. People want Sauce Gardner. People want etc. So, yeah, the Jets were in the sell mode. So, too, were the Bengals, with their star quarterback out for most of the year with turf toe injury, and the defense playing terrible. They ship out really their only defensive star, Logan Wilson, former Wyoming Cowboy. And the buyers were the Dallas Cowboys, whose defense is almost as bad as the Bengals since they let Demarcus Ware go. So Dallas needed something on defense, and they got that something with Logan Wilson. I think he's going to help that team immediately a little bit. I don't know if he'll help them make the playoffs, but he'll get playing time, and it'll be interesting to see him in a Cowboy uniform. It'll be weird, so weird. Will he rock the number 55? I think that's all I want to know, right? The Cowboys have a bye this week, so Logan Wilson will have an extra week to learn the playbook, the defensive playbook. So we'll get a look at him when Dallas plays the Raiders in a couple of weeks. Let me look at the roster, see if they have currently on the team a number 55, because that's the number Logan will want to wear. Yeah, they don't. So Logan Wilson will slide right into the 55, you would imagine. And we'll see him at linebacker for the Cowboys. It'll be interesting. So, yeah, I thought as soon as I heard that news yesterday, trade deadline, I got on the emails and I told Justin, who wrote this story. Justin George is kind of like the de facto sports guy for Cowboy State Daily. He said, Justin, here's your headline. Logan Wilson becomes a Cowboy again. He's back to being a Cowboy again. And that's what was noted by Justin in the headline, yes. And State Representative Steve Harshman, who is also Natrona County High School's head football coach. Harshman said, I think he's super grateful for the whole experience and the whole ride. This is just another trip, Harshman said of Logan Wilson. And I think it's cool because you're a Cowboy again, Logan. It's America's team, referring to the Dallas Cowboys. That's pretty cool. I think it is. I think Logan Wilson will be able to make an immediate impact. And we talk about Logan so much because, primarily because he's such a Wyoming guy. I mean, he come up in Wyoming and he remains, as Justin points out, deeply connected to Wyoming and to Casper in particular. In fact, on this show, we play a little 30-second commercial that features Logan Wilson talking about Casper. It's his social media partnership with Visit Casper, and he tries to do his part in tourism. His wife's from down on the Front Range, not far away. And those two, they return to Wyoming whenever they can. And Logan Wilson is Wyoming through and through. No doubt about it. Loves Casper. He loves Wyoming. And even though we drew a paycheck in Cincinnati, now Texas, he's still a Wyoming guy. So good for Logan. I'm glad he landed somewhere. And I wish him success, except when the Cowboys are playing the Bills. Let's take our first break on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We'll be right back after these.
How do you know when you've made the right decision? It's the feeling you get in your gut. The one that tells you what's right or wrong. It's the one that says, sure, I can have a drink. Or the feeling that says, okay, I've been drinking. Now what? It's the voice inside you that says, I'm buzzed. Better leave the car when it's time to go. Plan ahead. Catch a sober ride. Buzz driving is drunk driving.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear. But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Ooh.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right?
I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Cowboy State Daily show on a Wednesday. I'm Jake. This is Andy Raylan. Andy, hi.
Hey, good morning, Jake. Another wonderful Wyoming day.
Beautiful day. We weren't going to have you on for a little bit, but I saw you in the Zoom room and I thought, man, I'm lonely this morning. Let's get him in here. So there you are. Hey, you know what? You're a shooting guy. We're going to give you this Andy's credentials in a moment, but take my word for it, he's a shooting guy. We'll tell you what he's doing, an annual event and a monthly event on third Saturdays. We'll get you all caught up with who Andy Raylan is, but I wanted to, since it's my show, I'm going to use Andy for my own purposes. Andy, I have a Ruger Mark IV, a little 22. I love it. Does anybody shoot those at your range?
Well, that's the beauty about NRA Action Pistol is they have a rimfire division there, and we have a lot of novice shooters and some experienced shooters as well that come out to the matches with exactly that firearm, a Ruger Mark IV 22, and it's perfectly suited for what we do. And they shoot that for a while, and then once they get their confidence up, they can go ahead and change firearms and go to something else. But it's very common. We have a lot of people that shoot those.
Yeah, probably a lot of women. We're going to talk about women and their involvement with firearms because, Andy, you and I both know women they shoot better than we do.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. I can't tell you how many women I have taken, well, I wish it was a long list of women I've been hanging around with. But yeah, I take them shooting for their first time, and they're incredibly pick it up because I think they have no bad habits.
Yes, I agree. They listen to instruction better.
There you
go. They don't let ego get in the way like men do. So they're better students, in my opinion.
There you go. Andy Raylan, you probably just heard the name. He was in a story that Mark Hines just did regarding that tax on firearms. He had a few things to say about it. We may hit on that, but we're talking to a retired U.S. Air Force Master Sergeant for some 20 years, retired U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission Inspection Team Leader. He resides in Cheyenne since 2011. And let's talk about the Otto Road shooting range. What's going on down there at Otto Road?
Well, I'll tell you, Jake, it's a great facility. There's a lot of acreage there. We have a lot of shooting bays, and there's activity going on every weekend regarding shooting sports. Like, for example, we have the Precision Rifle Series. That's very popular now for long-range rifle, and they do that every month. We do what they call Steel Challenge, which is a speed game, and that's also very good for novice shooters with 22 caliber firearms. And then we do NRA Action Pistol, and that's my game that we do each month. And also they have the Defensive Pistol Shooting Association, the IDPA, and the U.S. Practical Shooting Association, which is the more tactical defense shooting, where they draw from concealment and that sort of thing. So we got something going on every month. And the big thing is it used to be a Cowboy Action Club, and it still is. And every year at Otto Road, they do the annual Hell on Wheels Cowboy Action tournament, and that draws hundreds of shooters from all over the country. And it's quite a festival and celebration of our Western heritage.
So cool. I want to talk about all the different disciplines, certainly action pistol, because that's your jam. But I just, in general, do you notice resurgence and popularity with interest in firearms, especially from novices who just want to try for the first time or try different firearms, maybe at your facility? Because I know here in Jackson, we got a guy named Shep Humphreys who he takes whole bridal parties. They're in town for a wedding and he takes them out shooting just in case the wedding doesn't go down well, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, people are really flocking to it.
Yeah, especially those who are, they want to just take that leap of faith. And I tell them to come on out and again, ego can get in the way of all this because it is intimidating, especially for the women. And I tell them half the battle is just showing up and having the courage to go ahead and do it. I've run into a lot of people over the years say, well, they seem to know everything and have all kinds of advice. And then I ask them, I said, have you ever been to a shooting match? Have you ever participated in one? And I equate that to, in the old days, the so-called Rexall Ranger. That would be that cowboy in the Rexall drugstore. Oh, I can ride anything with hair on it, and he's never even done a local rodeo.
Right. Never been to a rodeo even. Right. I know.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll tell you the one problem that we do have, Jake, and that is youth. We can't seem to get enough young people to go ahead and participate in it. That's a challenge that we have, throughout, any of the shooting sports. And I attribute that to, young people. They've got a lot of avenues of recreation now, a lot more than the old days. And that presents a problem to try and get young people out to shoot.
Or Andrew, I would assume that youth are, that's dad and maybe mom. That's mom and dad who, if you're growing up in a firearm household, they're going to make sure you understand the safe handling of firearms, how to shoot. That's going to be a backyard activity with your son or daughter, I imagine, for the most time. And they would not turn to the so-called professionals for instruction. And then if you're not a firearm people, you're just not even going to consider it, and you're not going to go there as a parent. And when this youth finally has some awareness and interest in it, the parent may shut that down, or they may just not help in that way, because kids need rides to places. It's not like you're going to get to the shooting range by yourself. So I don't know. But let's talk about the things you do, the action pistols. So for folks who, if you've not been to a shooting range, or if you're just trying to imagine all the different things with firearms, there's long distance shooters that make shots from miles. Oh my goodness. There's folks who I've interviewed the woman who does on the horseback, kind of that cowboy action shooting. They shoot the balloons. It's so cool. And then I have seen videos of, I think, what you do, and we're talking NRA and CMP, action pistol shooting sport, where there are different scenarios where you're shooting a handgun, a pistol, and you're either taking cover or you're shooting at moving targets. Tell me the different things that can happen in these scenarios, and what are you doing?
Yeah, well, the a typical action pistol match that we run at Auto Road, there's like 4 events that we do, and one of them will be the moving target event, and another one will be what they call the practical event, and the third one would be the barricade event, and then the fourth one would be the falling plates event. And each one of those, requires special skills that in order to adapt to that particular situation. Like the moving target event, all right, that there's a lot of clubs that don't have the equipment to go ahead and operate that. And so that's usually a problem with some clubs, but you can run action pistol matches without, it's not mandatory that you do the moving target. But that's very entertaining for a lot of people. They enjoy doing that because they've never experienced something like that before. Most of the time, they're shooting at a stationary silhouette or bullseye target, something like that. And so the typical moving target event, you got to fire 48 shots. You'll start at the 10-yard line, and you finish at the 25-yard line. It's very daunting at first, but for those who get the proper instruction and coaching, their confidence goes sky high after a while, and they can score some good points on that.
Interesting.
The other one that's popular is the falling plates event, and that's a good spectator event because spectators can see the reactive targets. And basically, with the falling plates event, the shooter stands before a bank of 6 8-inch steel plates, all right, that are mounted on a rack. And at the 10-yard line, they'll go ahead and they'll draw, and they'll fire 1 shot on each plate within 6 seconds. That's at 10 yards. And there's no makeup shots, Jake, no makeup shots. The thing about action pistol, it's an accuracy-based game, and you don't get makeup shots. You're accountable for every shot that you fire. And so you only get 1 shot on each plate. And then if you do pretty good on that, well, you get to do it again. All right. And after you're done with the 10-yard line, you move to 15 yards and you get additional time. Instead of 6 seconds, you'll get 7 seconds. Then when that's done, you move to the 20-yard line, and then you get another second. You get 8 seconds, and then you move to the 25-yard line and you get 9 seconds. And the thing about that is that usually can decide the match because you only get 1 shot per plate. And if you miss a plate, it's down 10 points. And so you have to be real careful when you're doing that. And then the barricade event. The barricade event is also unique because it requires the shooter to be able to shoot around cover at multiple targets at different distances under different time limits. And it's not comfortable. The way the barricades are set up is you have to make maximum use of your cover. And so when you present your firearm to the barricade, you're not in a very relaxed position. You're kind of twisted out a little bit, and provides unique challenges to the shooter. And then finally, with a practical event, what you do with a practical event is you fire at 2 targets at different ranges. You start at the 10-yard line. All right. And then you move all the way back to the 50-yard line. And if you've never fired a handgun offhand at 50 yards, it can be, that is also a daunting challenge to the shooter, but very satisfying when you do well with something like that. And, with a lot of different shooting games that are out there, what's different is for some folks, 10 yards is maximum range. They can say that's as far as I'm going to go. And what we do is we really stretch things out and challenge the shooter to do their best and learn from it and improve.
Yeah. So this takes your backyard shooting at a beer can Coke bottle and really expands it times 100. It almost sounds like something law enforcement would do, a training exercise. Very similar, I would imagine.
Yeah, it's applicable to some law enforcement activities. In fact, NRA Action Pistol started in the late 1970s, and it was formed by, you may be familiar with a holster maker named John Bianchi. Right, he made a lot of very nice holsters. He still does. Yeah, he's been around for a while. He's retired now. And also Mr. Ray Chapman, who was the first world champion of the combat pistol back in 1975. And they formed this thing called the Bianchi Cup and NRA Action Pistol, which is comprised of some of the events that I just described to you. And it was very applicable to law enforcement because of just a moving target, all right? You've got the barricade, you've got these falling plates, and it was all accuracy based because they know that a police officer is accountable for every shot that they have to fire. And so it did attract a lot of law enforcement as well. It still does.
Yeah. Accuracy and a timing element that goes into your score. How fast, how accurate. The Bianchi Cup, as you talked about, that's 4 events: practical, barricade, falling plate, moving target that Andrew just talked about. Andrew Raylan is every. I want to talk about the Steamboat Challenge, but first, every Saturday. What goes on every third Saturday of the month? You're holding these Action Pistol events,
yes.
And for I think a $20 entry, and you don't have to be registered with the NRA, but you do. There are some things you're going to have to be up on. So what are the requirements if I want to get involved? Auto Road Range down there outside of Cheyenne.
Yeah, we invite everybody. We're very inclusive. All it's required is you have to have a firearm. It could be a rimfire or it could be a center fire gun. Specialized equipment is not required, but there is some real big specialized equipment in this game, as you can imagine. But specialized equipment's not needed. You need eye and ear protection, obviously, to have that. And you have to sign the liability waiver for Auto Road, all right? And listen to me do an extensive safety briefing on all the do's and don'ts they have to do. But we always take a novice shooter and we always make sure that they have a good experience, that they're safe, they won't make many mistakes. Well, not many mistakes, all right? But we always do that to encourage them. They have a good experience and they'll come back the following month. Well, we have some shooters who don't because their ego gets in the way and their expectations are high. And they go to this match and it's not so good for them. And so they don't come back. But the shooters that we do have are willing to put the work in and come in and learn and have great fellowship with other shooters. They come back and I have seen so much improvement with it, Jake. I'll give you an example. We have a Cheyenne shooter. His name is Bridger Steggy, right? He started shooting with my matches when he was 11 years old, right? And his parents were involved, like you were talking about earlier. They got him to the range. Okay, they supervised, but he started shooting it when he was 11 years old. And 2 years ago, he went to his first Bianchi Cup as a junior shooter. He was just 17 years old at the time, and he went to his first Bianchi Cup. And believe me, that is a pressure-packed tournament with some of the best shooters throughout the world. We get, shooters from Japan, Germany, Switzerland. They come from all over. And he pulled it off. He got the junior national championship, right? And 2 years ago at the Bianchi Cup. And it all started when he was 11 years old. And he kept sticking with it. It wasn't a whole lot of fun at first, right? All right. Well, it was to him, but the points weren't there. And then his skills improved and he got better. All right. And now he's got an opportunity to join the U.S. Army Marksmanship Unit down at Fort Benning, Georgia. They saw what he can do, and they're actively recruiting Bridger, and he may be a new member of that esteemed unit.
Yeah, so boy, Bridger. And he's probably also got Freedom Arms calling him, having him test fire the Casul. Something, I don't know. Way to go, Bridger. Who do you find comes to these events? I bet you get a lot of folks from the Front Range, from Colorado, where they're doing their best to outlaw firearms.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, our folks in Colorado, they come, they enjoy their freedom, and we get quite a few from Denver Metro, Fort Collins. They all come on up, and they know that I run a good match, and it's safe, and it's challenging, and they make the trip every month. We get a pretty good cadre of shooters that come in, and I reciprocate the favor. I try and get some of the Wyoming shooters to go down. They do an action pistol match in Aurora Colorado at the Aurora Gun Club. And so I don't make it down every month, but I try to, and keep that going where we can reciprocate the favors. But a lot of Coloradans, they all come up to Wyoming and shoot the match.
Cool. Find out more. We'll talk about the championship, and then we'll wrap things up with Andy. Find out more at on the interwebs, autoroadshootingrange.com. Auto Road is OTTO. autoroadshootingrange.com, and there's a whole bunch of stuff online there that you can really dig in. Let's talk about that Steamboat Challenge, the NRA CMP Regional and Wyoming State Action Pistol Championship at Auto Road Range, held once a year. When?
Oh, that's in August.
Okay.
And we recently completed, I think it was our 12th Steamboat Challenge. I started that when I moved here. I had to escape from Northern Virginia because that's where I was working at.
Good job.
As an inspector with the NRC, and when I retired, I had to escape, and so I moved out here to good old Cheyenne, and became a member of the Auto Road Shooting Range, and got with the bosses there, Hank and Dee Van Gothen. They run the range out there, and I said, this is a perfect facility to go ahead and put on a regional and state championship with NRA Action Pistol. And also I had some connections with the NRA. I contacted them and they said, it's a wonderful idea. That's what we need. And so we started that, and basically the Steamboat Challenge, that we pay homage to Steamboat, the greatest rodeo horse ever, in the Rodeo Hall of Fame, of course, and people connect with that. And so we started that, and it's a 2-day event. We do a regional championship on Saturday, and then we do the Sunday state championship, which is endorsed by the NRA and the Wyoming State Shooting Association. We do that on Sunday. And we attract about approximately 50 shooters from across the USA. I tell you, all 4 points of the compass, they come to Cheyenne. And we've also had some folks from overseas that come in. A couple of years ago, we had a couple from New Zealand that came in, and they shoot the match. And it's a very successful thing. We offer the prizes, lunch, there's a lot of fellowship, and everybody has a great time. And it's been a success, and we'll just keep on doing it as long as I have a lot of volunteers that help me out, because without volunteers, you don't have a match. So I'm grateful for them.
All right. Well, that's what's going on down at Auto Road Range, where they're throwing lead around just about every day, and certainly every third Saturday of the month with the pistol action shooting events, and then the annual Bianchi Cup. Bridger, way to go, man. Man, that is so cool. That's a great story. Andrew Rayland, thanks for stopping in with us this morning. Appreciate it.
Very good, Jake. Thank you for having me on the program.
Yeah, have a great Wednesday. Cowboy State Daily Show continues. We'll take a quick break, be back with more on the Wednesday edition of the show.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill?
No.
You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kids should know.
Did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd?
He got a collapsed lung from vaping.
He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma.
It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
Welcome aboard Cowboy State Daily Show on a Wednesday. Women lollygagging. Rob had a good laugh over that. All the women are still asleep. They didn't even hear me say that they're lollygagging, except for Shirley. Shirley's up. And Shirley says it's not right to bring anyone else's ballot to the voting place. I gotta agree with that. I didn't even know you could do that. Or maybe you can't until this bill passes. I don't know. That's why I need Claire. Claire will be on the show and she can tell me if this one bill becomes law, and we're talking about 13 pieces of legislation that I imagine are all derived through Secretary of State Chuck Gray. That's his thing, election integrity. And his office has been busy. If this one particular bill becomes law, it would ban people from delivering ballots to a city or county clerk on behalf of other voters. So apparently this is not banned now. You can bring somebody else's vote. You could bring a whole mess of votes, I guess. And see, this is I didn't know you could do that. I thought, to prove you're you to vote is hard enough, right? How can you bring a batch of ballots and say, here, I went around the neighborhood, I collected these 20 ballots. Yeah, sure you did. And they're all voting for the jihadist mayor of New York City. More on that later. That guy won, by the way. I'm not saying he's a jihadist, but Deborah Messing is saying he's a jihadist. Deborah Messing, the actor, she's in, what's that TV sitcom where she's with the gay guy? I can't remember. Somebody will jog my memory. She went off. Her brain broke over the new New York City mayor. I was thinking he would win, and he did. And he brings the hottest first lady to New York City, that's for sure. That I can't believe. It's like, yeah, how is that okay in Wyoming to bring a whole bunch of ballots to the county clerk? Like, I thought you had to go yourself to prove you were a living, breathing person. First, you have to prove you're not dead. I mean, that's the basics that Chicago hasn't even figured out yet, right? Prove that you're not dead. Chicago has no laws for that. They got people from the cemetery voting on every election. And then prove you're you. That's really hard because now we've tightened that. We've narrowed that little eye of the needle. And you've got to you can't just use your library card anymore. Chuck Ray said that's not going to work. I got a note from my doctor. I got a note from my mom saying who I am. That's not going to work. You need a driver's license. You need a real ID to prove you're you. And then you got to prove, for primaries anyway, you got to prove party affiliation. You got to jump through all these hoops, I thought, to vote. And rightly so. You should have to prove you're alive, you're you, and you live in state. Basics. All those appear to be thrown out the window when you allow somebody just to collect a whole mess of ballots and bring them downtown. Huh? I don't get voting. We're going to have Secretary Gray on, or maybe Claire, when she's on later today, can splain me. Claire can mansplain me, women-splain me, how you can bring other people's ballots to the county clerk. Here you go. I was just out canvassing the neighborhood. Here's 25 ballots. Well, the new law would set a limit on how many you could bring and would make sure you couldn't bring your neighbor's ballot. You had to bring a family member's ballot. Okay. Now that's going to be impossible to enforce, but okay. You've got a limit of 5 ballots now you could bring. If this new law passes, by the way, only 5. They got to be immediate family members, immediate family, or a caretaker of the voter. So if grandma, grandpa can't get around on the walker anymore, they can give their vote to the caregiver. Up to 5 family members. So if you've got grandma, grandpa, aunt, uncle, they're all, for whatever reason, can't get to the voting center, you can give those to the nanny and she can bring them down there. Not more than 5. Mike Yin said this bill makes no sense. How do you, for instance, Fremont County Clerk Julie Freeze, she's like, well, let me just pick one aspect of the bill. How do you enforce the 5 ballot cap? She said, that sounds clunky. What if someone brings 6? What do I just pick 5? Do I have them fan them out like a deck of cards? Let me pick 5. Or do I tell them, go? Do I reject all of them? Do I send them back and say, try again? Bring me your best 5. You can't bring 6. Free said, I think we'll be sued and we'll lose. I think she's right. This bill's not ready. I don't even know how we're letting people bring ballots that aren't theirs. What? Well, that's for greater minds than I. 11 committee members voted to adopt the bill. 2 of them, co-chair Senator Cale Case, Republican of Lander, and Representative Mike Yin, Democrat Jackson, voted against. Case agreed with Freeze, one of the county clerks, who said this bill is going to get us all sued. He thought, in fact, Case said, well, that's great. And he voted against it. He said, well, that's a happy note. Case said, yeah. And Yin said, this bill's a mess. This bill makes no sense, said Mike Yin. He said the transportation of a ballot shouldn't be a crime in and of itself. So he's talking about the punishment component. Let's say you bring 6 or 7. Let's say you bring some that aren't your family members. That would make you a criminal. And he said, Mike Yin says that's not right. It would make you a felony, punishable by up to 5 years in prison. So Mike Yin didn't like the wrist slap component of the bill. I don't like the bill in general. I don't like the fact that you can bring someone else's ballot to. Here you go. Here's 20-something ballots. And we're all voting for the jihadist to be mayor of New York City. I'm mixing up my stories, but we'll get them straight next hour. It's early yet for me. Wednesday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show will continue after a break for news, top of the hour news for our radio affiliates. We'll see you on the other side. Stick around. A lot of guests coming up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. A Wyoming legislative committee advanced a bill on Tuesday to criminalize dropping off ballots for other people, with a few exceptions. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that supporters of the bill say it protects election integrity, while critics say it could make felons out of well-meaning friends.
It's a ban of ballot harvesting. They're nervous that someone's going to grab like 20 ballots from a nursing home, people that maybe didn't know what they were doing when they filled them out, and drop them all off at the county clerk's office and sway an election. Detractors of the bill are saying this isn't happening in Wyoming, and proponents are saying we only don't know whether it's happening because we don't have a law banning it.
If the bill is signed into law, a person violating that law would be charged with a felony punishable by up to 5 years in prison and $10,000 in fines. Casper native and University of Wyoming football star Logan Wilson is now a different Cowboy, a Dallas Cowboy. Cowboy State Daily's Justin George reports on the former Cincinnati Bengal going to Jerry's World in the DFW.
The hope is that he's going to get more playing time there. He was a starting linebacker with the Bengals and had seen sort of his role get diminished. Cowboys are trying to make a push for the playoffs, so they're hoping that Logan can help sort of firm up the tackling.
Always a great ambassador for his home state, Thomas has partnered with Visit Casper to promote local tourism and share the Wyoming way of life with a national audience. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
This Thanksgiving, many of our homeless neighbors will come to us hungry, cold, and in need of hope. Wyoming Rescue Mission offers a lifeline. For just $2.58, you can do more than fill a plate. It's not just food you're giving, it's the first step toward recovery, job training, and a brighter future. With your help, we can change lives, one meal at a time. This season, let's serve up hope. Please donate today at wyomission.org. That's W-Y-O mission.org.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. The Wyoming Republican Party on Tuesday asked a legislative committee to loosen state laws that allowed a court to overturn an internal election. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the committee agreed to one of the party's many suggested tweaks.
The way it works is the electoral chain is not quite connected already, right? You vote for precinct committee men and women from your neighborhood, from your party at a state-run election. But this would take it a step further and say that state chair or whoever can also vote. And so you're kind of expanding the voting power beyond the realm of people that were chosen at the ballot box.
Now, the proposed change advances to the state's lawmaking session, which opens February 9th. A Florida County Sheriff's Office has what they say is the nation's first search and recovery otter for finding bodies underwater. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that a Wyoming Sheriff's Office is not counting out the possibility of using a recovery otter.
So I talked to some search and rescue folks here in Wyoming, particularly Sweetwater County, where they have jurisdiction over that big part of Flaming Gorge. So that's something they deal with, is from time to time, sadly, people who get lost in the Flaming Gorge Reservoir. And they said, we don't have any immediate plans to bring an otter on board. It's not something outside the realm of possibility. They could definitely recognize the utility of it.
A Sweetwater County Sheriff's Office spokesperson tells Cowboy State Daily the department isn't going to adopt an otter and hire a trainer, but if there were an otter trainer in Wyoming, the Sheriff's Office might call and ask for help. Dick Cheney, regarded as the most powerful vice president in U.S. history and a former congressman from Wyoming, died Monday night at the age of 84. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Dick Cheney's early life got off to a rocky start.
He had a turnaround because he flunked out of Yale and he was a lineman for a power company in Wyoming and launching really a spectacular political career. The people that remembered him Tuesday remembered him as carrying strength and commanding respect.
Cheney died at his home in Wilson, Wyoming from complications of pneumonia and cardiac and vascular disease. And our continuing coverage on the passing of Dick Cheney continues on Cowboy State Daily. The nation is remembering Dick Cheney as the serious, no-nonsense former Secretary of Defense and Vice President who some dubbed a war hawk, others called him Darth Vader. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that in his home state of Wyoming, though, they say he was a heck of a funny guy.
And as he's leaving, she goes, well, who are you? He's like, I'm running for office. And she says, well, okay, well, who are you? And he goes, I'm Al Simpson, and I want your vote.
Richard Bruce Dick Cheney was on the Natrona County High School football team, senior class president, and married his high school sweetheart, Lynn Vincent. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Most hiring algorithms would scream me out.
Some bosses couldn't see me as a leader.
I've run this place for 20 years, but I still need to prove that I'm more than what you see on paper.
I've been writing code as long as I've been able to reach a keyboard.
This is what I do. It's second nature for me, coordinating 100 details at once.
It's the way my mind works. I have a very mechanical brain.
I sold them on my skills.
You gotta be so good they can't ignore you.
My magic is
analytics and empathy. That's how I'm getting clients. You have to have the confidence in yourself to show up and defy the odds.
I am more than who I am on paper.
I never got a college degree. And today, I'm the CEO of my own company. People want to tell me I'm one in a million, when actually I'm one of millions. Stars are all around us. It's time for them to shine.
Yeah, certain music beds like this one apparently trigger my cat to wake up. Again, not my cat. The cat that is chosen to just sleep on the furniture here and then insist that I go buy it food. Insist through just staring at you. One of them deals, the cat. I mean, the cat only has two basic demands. Food. I need food in this end. And then the other demand, since it refuses to use a litter box, is I need to go out. It's like a dog. And if I can meet those two basic feline demands of this thing, we get along fine. Except in the morning when it sometimes has the zoomies and it wakes up when I play certain music. This wakes it up. Yeah, you don't like this one. Mike Yin, Representative Mike Yin, your Democrat out of Jackson, says he was one of two no votes out of committee for the one particular bill we're talking about. One of a baker's dozen that is heading presumably to Cheyenne this session. And the one is clarifying better who can bring a handful of ballots on someone else's behalf to the county clerk. And what is the punishment if you do that wrong? What is the punishment if you bring not a family member, but a friend or your neighbors? And Mike Inn was a no vote out of committee because of this basic reason. And it was the punishment arm of it was the punitive arm of the bill, which makes you a felon if you do this wrong. If If you bring 6 votes instead of 5, or if you bring the vote of your elderly mom who can't get around so good, and you bring the vote of your brother, you could be a felon. Representative Yin says you can drop a ballot in the mail, but if you take your mother-in-law's ballot to the clerk's office because she asked you to, you're a felon. Fair point. And just one reason to be sort of suspicious of this bill. The other is I had no idea you can just bring other people's ballots. I still can't get my arms around the fact that you can mail a ballot. Once I tried to vote. Once. And this is why I don't vote because A, I'm pretty sure that's how you get called to jury duty. And don't tell me it's not, because I have never been called to jury duty and I've never voted. So, ipso fatso, cause effect, therefore, if then statement. If I have never voted and I've never been called to jury duty, that's, I'm making that logic leap right there. But the one time I did go try, I gave up because it was too hard. I had to prove I was me. Oh, brother. Okay, I left my wallet. I had to get my driver's license. Oh, your driver's license is expired. Oh, well, here's the temporary one they give you down at the DMV until the new one's ready, with a photo that's always the worst one ever taken of you. I say, here's the paper one. And they said, we can't accept that. Oh. And that finally somebody else, the supervisor, overrode that. Okay, we can accept that. Now, we need proof of citizenship. We need proof that you live here. That's the hardest of all in Jackson. You have no idea the struggle. If you're a renter in Jackson, to prove you live here is impossible. They say, show me a lease then. Well, I rent from a landlord who doesn't do a lease. There is no lease. Show me a utility bill. I don't pay the utilities. Show me any proof you live where you live. I can't to the tune that I pay the post office $100 and what do they want now? Let me see how much the post office wants. In Jackson, and I've mentioned this a million times, in this town, in Jackson, none of us have mailboxes. We don't get mail delivered by a mailman or a mailwoman or what's his name on Seinfeld? Newman. We don't have Newmans in Jackson. We have to go to the post office and go get our mail. We have to go hustle our mail down. We don't get mail, which I can't tell you how many UPS, FedEx, and package delivery issues that entails. But we don't get mail. So I can't show you any piece of mail that shows I physically live in Jackson because I don't get any mail to an address. All the mail I get is to a P.O. box. And if I try to show that proof I live here, they're like, well, that's a P.O. box. You can live anywhere. There's our big conundrum right there. There's our catch-22. I can't prove I'm here. I can't prove I live here. What about a utility? I don't get any. I got nothing. I can't prove I'm here, which is why I've tried, because if you live in Jackson and you don't get mail delivered, which is 95% of us, there are a select few that do get mail delivered to their home, very few. If that's the case, you get a free mailbox. The post office acknowledges, okay, we don't deliver mail in your town. You can have a free annual post office box. But you have to prove you live at an address where you don't get mail. I can't show any document whatsoever that shows I live here, other than having the post office visit me. Why don't you come on over? Newman. Come on over to Wednesday morning, and I'll be sitting in front of a screen talking to people on a mic. You'll see I live here. That's my shoes over there. That's my cat. Well, it's not my cat. That's a cat that lives here. Here I am. The post. So I can't. $156 a year for the smallest post office box they got. That's what it cost me. $156 a year. And since I'm unable to prove where I live, I just pay it. It's not worth it. Same reason why I don't vote. When I wanted to vote one time, I couldn't prove where I live. I gave up. I'm like, I forget it. It's too hard. All this, and I could have just had some kid drop off my ballot to the county clerk, because I guess that's legal. Just find some random person, some random wife. Gotta have the way here. Run this into the county clerk and drop it off. I just voted for so-and-so. Apparently I could do that. I don't know how. Well, there's a new piece of legislation, could be headed to Cheyenne, that would limit my ability to do that. I couldn't hire a kid to do it. I would have to make sure it's a family member, an immediate family member, or a caretaker, with the only person who could bring my ballot to the county clerk. And they couldn't bring more than 5, so they can bring mine, but not the cat's, not anyone else who lives here. Or they could be a felon. Sometimes laws make no sense. But we will have Claire McFarland on later today. Maybe she can explain it to me. Sometimes news makes no sense. What about this search and rescue otter? Can you imagine bringing this thing to a mission? Maybe this is how they roll in Florida when they got a missing body. You know, some guy goes lost in the swamp. I saw a video of an alligator with a dog in its mouth the other day. What kind of first world nation state does Florida think it is? Come into the 21st century, Florida. They got dinosaur kin running around snatching bodies. Your average golfer, the hazards you have to contend with in Wyoming are elk passing through. You might have to wait up. Hold on. Don't take that shot. We got elk passing through. Maybe a bear chases you. In Florida, you got alligators. What kind of world are we in? What kind of United States? How did Florida ever get into the 50 United States? Wyoming had a heck of a time getting in just because we wanted women to vote. We had D.C. telling us to pound sand because we wanted women to vote. Like that was the most outrageous thing ever. Meanwhile, Florida gets in like that, and they got a bunch of dinosaurs running around, pulling people's dogs into ponds and drowning them and eating them. Florida's uncivilized, man. But what Florida does have is Splash, bringing a unique set of skills and natural abilities to his job. He detects scents underwater. What a unique tool to be able to deploy if you're search and rescue and you're looking for a potential drowning victim in a body of water. And let's say the water is super dark or just inconvenient for divers to look. And a diver, you put a diver in Misty Moon Lake up there in the Bighorns. We were talking about that with Jen Coker, looking for a potential body, a person that disappeared 50 years ago. You put a diver in there. What are the chances they're going to bump into said body, if it's even in there? Very low. Unless it can sniff out, detect scents underwater. Well, what could detect a scent underwater? A dog can't survive underwater. Dogs got great sense of smell. Well, introduce Splash, the only first of its kind search and recovery otter. Get out. Sounds like I'm making this up only because I said this story comes from Florida. That's all you got to do nowadays. This story from Florida, it's made up, fake news. Trainer Michael Hadsel from the Peace River Canine Search and Rescue. That's Splash's handler. And when asked, could you employ the uses of a cadaver sniffing otter underwater in Wyoming? Would that work? Sweetwater County Sheriff's Office said, well, we get called out a lot to Flaming Gorge Reservoir, for instance, and search for bodies. We have a dive team. We have new radar they use underwater. They have all kinds of tools and technology. Spokesperson Jason Maurer said, we aren't going to go adopt an otter. We aren't going to go buy an otter and then hire a trainer to teach the otter to find body. But if one existed in Wyoming, if we already had a otter that could do this, or if Florida offered to loan theirs at low cost, we might consider it. We're skeptical, Maurer said, of using wildlife, but I'm not counting it out because it does make a lot of sense, said Maurer with Sweetwater County Sheriff's Office. Trained otter to sniff out drowning victims in water. There is such a thing. It exists in Florida. Jen Coker dropped that news on us yesterday when we talked to her, and it was mind blown. Jen said that. Jen said it like it was nothing. She just breezed right over it. We were talking about the missing person in the Bighorn Mountains, thought to be potentially drowned in the Misty Moon Lake, a lake up there at 10,200 feet, a lake that's 40 to 100 feet deep or more. How would you find this body? And Jen said, well, there's new interest in looking for her in the lake, and there's a guy in Florida who's got an otter that could sniff her out. Or we could, and then she just kept on going, and I'm like, did I hear that right? Jen, back up. There's a trained otter in Florida that can go in water and find people. He's cute. I'll share the photo. Get on the interwebs and look for the story by Mark Hines. Florida Sheriff trains nation's first search and recovery otter. There he is. And, whenever you're on a search and rescue mission, if you go to wherever they have the incident command, here's the IC for this search and rescue. They bring the dogs. The dogs are wearing the vests that say professional, canine. I wonder what this otter rocks. Does it have its own little otter vest saying that, don't feed me, I'm on the job. Don't give me fish, I'm working. I don't know. That's just crazy. Sometimes news is crazier than fiction. Where's Don Day? The day weather forecast. I've been getting late to Don because I've been so super busy. Maybe he's just adjusting his schedule to be late with me. How dare he? I do want to ask Don if October was wetter than normal. Felt like it, but whenever I mention what weather feels like to me, Don says, well, that's not what the numbers say. You can't do weather by what you feel like. Well, that's how I do weather. That's how we all do weather, what it feels like. Otherwise, what's the point of weather? Yeah, that's how I feel. My feelings are all that matter in a weather forecast. Let's see if Don agrees. Probably not. Don Day, let me, do you need some fancy music to play you in? Let's see. Okay, there we go. Don Day, day weather forecast. We were talking about the search and rescue otter that can sniff out bodies in ponds or lakes. Of course, this thing works in Florida where they got alligators that drag things into the pond. You're not super loud.
Am I not super loud?
Okay, that's better. That's good.
Okay.
All right, maybe. So, all right, first thing I wanted to ask you is it felt like, and now we're 5 days into November, so we should have tie a bow on October. October felt wet to me, a little wetter than normal. Usually October is so dry, pretty bulletproof with precip. It felt wet across
Well, it
Wyoming.
was wet in the north and the west.
Mm.
So the not all of Wyoming, but October was wetter than average in the far western parts of the state. And that carried on from what we saw in September. September was wet too. And so where you are, yes, you are correct. Was it dry? Was it wet everywhere in October? No.
Aha! For once, my feels like thermometer thingy is correct. Because usually when I say it felt like the hottest week ever, and Don will say, no, statistically it was the median or something.
Yeah, you and I have talked about this.
Yeah.
Your weather perceptions tend to be what's happened in the last few days, and you completely forget about what happened a year ago. So
I'm just going by the fact that I grew gills in October and my pet otter it drowned. So don't tell me it wasn't wet.
So if you have a pet otter that drowned, will there be a search and rescue otter to find the drowned otter?
Yeah, perhaps. Only otter on otter search. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that's a crazy story. Only out of Florida would you see one like that. So, Don, what does weather look like? I see really nice temps, like 68 in Casper. Like, that's beautiful.
Yeah, no, it was a warm day yesterday. Now we are going to be a little bit cooler, and this is the stuff that I do all the time, and especially this time of year. When we're talking to a statewide audience, I always have to say it depends on where you are.
Yeah.
Because we did see a little bit of snow in Wyoming's Northwest Mountains overnight. It's a little slick over Togety Pass, and we're going to see Pacific moisture really push in tonight, tomorrow, and Friday in the west. So there's going to be some snow up into Yellowstone, Wyoming's western mountains and valleys. Going to see some snow and colder weather. While it's still going to be mild, but the rest of the state's going to start to get windy. We'll notice this later today. Tomorrow, Friday, and Saturday is going to be windy, and temperatures are on a downward trend into the weekend.
My wind sock here at home is the things that will topple over on the outdoor deck on certain winds. And I'm like, wow, I can't believe that blew over. You know you've reached some kind of wind tier. Thanks, Don.
Thank you.
Day weather forecast. We'll get back in here. Superintendent of Public Instruction, Megan Degenfelder. Next. Don't go anywhere.
Every morning, America wakes up to reheated outrage and copy-paste commentary.
Yeah, I don't follow talking points. I follow common sense. If that hits a nerve, good. It means you're still alive.
No spin, no fluff, no kumbaya. Just Jake. Serving up truth, sarcasm, and grit. Stirred by hand and seasoned with reality.
I don't yell, I don't pander. I just call it like I see it, and trust me, there's plenty to call.
From the capital to the county fair, if it's worth talking about in Wyoming, Jake's already on it. No permission needed, no script required.
The West was built by people who spoke their minds and stood their ground. I'm just making sure we don't forget how.
The Jake Show. Weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever bold voices still have a mic.
No apologies, no filter, no bull.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me.
That was perfect.
But I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason,
Let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner.
Go. Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there. We're the family. Yeah. Oh, I thought you were on my team. Wait.
Cowboy State Daily Show Wednesday. Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Degenfelder is here. Superintendent, I have so many questions, beginning with, why is the rugby ball so much fatter than the regular football? It looks like the day after Thanksgiving. It looks like me the day after Thanksgiving.
True. Well, Jake, don't get me started on the superiority of rugby over football. That might be controversial, but it has to be said. So
yeah, I get it. So you have assembled the all-star rugby team, but as you call it, a coalition of state education leaders, parents united. Tell me, what is Language and Literacy Initiative? I heard you say it's not just a one-time getting together of the all-stars of all-stars. It is, it's unique. It's never been done. And we're talking about literacy. And I do want to ask you how do you assess literacy? It seems so much harder to me than math. 2 + 2 is 4. How do you assess if somebody can read and understand stuff? But we'll get to that. First, tell me, Language and Literacy Initiative, statewide initiative, it's off and running.
yeah, this is really big. And it's a result of several of the last, few years of work. After taking office and recognizing we've made a lot of great strides. When I came in, frankly, when I campaigned, literacy was one of my key priority areas. We have to make sure that our third graders are reading proficiently. And so we spent the last couple of years, with remaining COVID dollars going towards evidence-based science of reading, professional development. We passed rules and regulation around it. A lot of things that actually, in fact, are working. We've seen almost 5% increase in the statewide average on English language arts, third grade YTOP. So we know it's working, but I think recognizing we're still kind of missing this real pipeline. How do we get everyone in the state on board? Because no matter what we do, you still have the University of Wyoming, you still have our Professional Teaching Standards Board that certifies teachers. And so this initiative has been about getting everyone in the literacy continuum on the same page, really working together to make sure that we're moving the needle on proficiency and that kids can learn how to read.
And you got everyone in education, including UW's Literacy Research Center, and they bring us unique perspective. They bring, for instance, dyslexia. That is a huge barrier towards why can't this kid read? And a lot of times, if a school is not prepared to handle dyslexia or a first grader struggling with reading, they just push them along. Let's push them to second grade. I'm not sure what it is. They need to be tested. We need to discover dyslexia and figure out ways. They have a specialist program, dyslexia. That's just one of the many partners that you've got on board.
Yeah, and we're working on, different certifications around dyslexia in particular. Far too many kids in this state have gone not identified. They've slipped through the cracks and they have struggled, and this impacts their mental health. This impacts how they do in school. It is heartbreaking to see some of these students that it's no fault of their own. It's no issue of intelligence, but they haven't been given the tools to be able to read and decode those words as they should. And so this is what this initiative is really about.
Superintendent Degenfelder wants to make sure every kid in Wyoming can read at grade level. It's the Language and Literacy Initiative. What would be reasons why someone can't? How do you fall through the cracks, Megan? If you're, a third grader and yet you're reading at a second grade level, and then it gets worse. By the time you're to sixth grade, you're really struggling. Like, if it's not dyslexia, what is the reason that could be undiagnosed or you could slip through?
Yeah, well, number one is identification, but then two is implementation of practices and giving them the tools. And so there's two parts to that. The other part is that, we've really seen this shift in using evidence-based practices. Seems like a wild concept, right? That we're going to use evidence-based practices based on the science of reading. And there's something called Scarborough's rope. If you want to Google that later, you can see this Scarborough's rope that talks about literacy and the best tools to be able to teach children how to read. And by using these type of different interventions, we're just seeing that it goes so much further. Really, implementing phonics, using phonemic awareness when you're teaching. That's kind of been this shift in the country. President Trump and Secretary McMahon are all on board on this move towards, evidence-based practices. And so that's what it's really about. Now you have to look too, we have, pre-service teachers that are going through the UW program or other programs to become a teacher. We want to make sure that those teachers are prepared while they're going through their pre-service training. But we also have thousands of teachers in the state that can benefit from professional development. And so that was another piece of this initiative. We've got Cox Campus. They're offering free professional development programs. It's something like a 70-hour course to anyone in Wyoming. And then the Elbogen Foundation has stepped up in a big way with us. And they are going to be funding the first 100 teachers to take the K. Perry exam. Now, if you don't know what that is, that's okay. But it is kind of the gold star when it comes to certification around literacy teaching.
Why is literacy so important? Superintendent Degenfelder can tell you. I mean, you can be a STEM genius, science and math genius, but guess what? The instructions for the test are in English. And if you don't read the instructions properly and they say answer only 2 of the next 3 questions, you might be wasting your time. Literacy is the gateway to learning. If you can't read and retain and you're really up against it. And then, as you pointed out, there's also this feeling that you become isolated. You're like, why can't I get it? Why don't I understand the words? Why am I falling behind in English? And you can feel real isolated from your classmates.
I've spoken to mothers who have lost their children to suicide due to difficulties with reading and being underidentified in need of support. It's heartbreaking. And those are the parents that we're fighting for. Those are the kids that we're fighting for. And you're right, without literacy, literally nothing else matters. And so, in a lot of ways, we got to get back to the basics in education, focus on the things that really matter. And literacy is certainly one of them. It
seems like assessment. You talked about systematic alignment, evidence-based strategies, assessing whether somebody is getting it. It could be flashcards, it could be spelling bee, but then what about like just retention? Where are the benchmarks and how do we build those? I think that's what you're doing now with this initiative is, when you ask an average third grader, read this chapter of Charlotte's Web, what did you get out of it? Like, how do you assess whether somebody is up to speed reading?
Well, we actually have implemented now through, I mentioned those rules and regulations, and without getting too into the weeds, we now make it mandatory in the state of Wyoming that there have to be screeners in place within the school districts. And kids K through 3 have to be screened for these reading difficulties. That's step one. And then we look as they get older, we don't start our YTOP assessment until the 3rd grade. Now, English language arts measures more than simply being able to just read. It's also, how you apply that. But it is still a good measure. And then you can look to the NAEP, that national assessment that is a sampling of all 50 states. We do really well on the NAEP compared to other states, but we still have, less than half of our kids that are proficient. And so that's what just shows you, we do well comparatively, but we've still got a long way to go to make sure that no kid falls through the cracks.
Yeah, big initiatives like this, anything costs money. Talk about the federal grant. I saw news back in September about Wyoming Department of Education announcing more than $24 million in federal grant money. And then there's also the foundation, Elbogen Foundation, if I'm saying that right.
You got it. Yeah. That's a huge part of this initiative as well. We were thrilled to receive the CLSD grant, which is through the federal government. We've worked really hard with our partners at USAID. Again, we are so aligned with Secretary McMahon and the priorities there, and literacy is one of their top priorities as well. And so $24 million, we just opened, that process is starting to open up this week for districts to be able to apply for those funds. That's going to be huge. We're also working, as I said, with Cox Campus that's providing free PD. They are a philanthropy-funded organization that just seeks to make sure kids are reading. And then Elbogen Foundation, gosh, they've been so supportive of many different initiatives in the state of Wyoming and this one as well. And so, this is really required us at WD to roll up our sleeves, look for partners in funding, but also in relationships here. And we can do that. And I just, I really hope that we can get a bill passed through the legislature. But if we don't, we're going to continue working with all of these partners, all of these other funding mechanisms to make sure that we continue to move forward.
Statewide Language and Literacy Initiative. It's Superintendent Megan Degenfelder sharing that. It sounds like you're biting off a lot there. That's a heavy lift, especially considering that you're probably up to your eyeballs in recalibration. Where are we with that? How do we fund the Department of Education, get teachers paid, all that stuff? That's going to be legislators wrestling with that this upcoming session. But where are we with it in the process as far as you're concerned, WDE?
So recalibration met last week, and they did this time, the last few meetings have been really about collecting data, the committee taking information from the consultant. But this last meeting, they did direct LSO, Legislative Service Office, to begin drafting a bill that would meet the recommendations of the consultant. They did opt to hold off on some of those areas of the court ruling to potentially do another recalibration next year to address those. It's a tricky time with the court. Right now, our case is in appeal, that lawsuit that's going on with education finance. But I do think it's important for folks to know that, education funding is going to be one of the most important topics facing Wyoming in the next couple of years, based on what comes out of the courts as we look to recalibration. And so I think it's something that all of us should be watching.
Yeah, with the current legal battles, recalibration every 5 years. I mean, maybe we just press pause and come back to it in a year. But yeah,
that's what I said last session. But anyway, another day.
All right. Thank you, Superintendent Degenfelder, for coming on. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Jake.
Have a great day. Superintendent of Public Instruction, Megan Degenfelder. She joins us regularly, monthly on the show, and gets us updated on all things education in the state of Wyoming. We're going to press pause on the hour and come right back. Don't go far. More coming up right after these.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood.
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
Can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains.
There's no sparks.
But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
We're back, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Wednesday. We're going to do this day in history, waiting around for Andrew Rossi to show up. Andrew often just, I don't know how to say it, but blows us off Wednesdays. So that might be the case. We did have Hank saying, how deep can the otter go? Good point. I don't think otters, go very deep. What do I know about otters? I mean, otters usually, I've seen otters in Yellowstone, and they're floating on their back, eating stuff off their belly. How deep can they go in a lake? If we get this Florida otter, I'm just saying, just spitballing here. Let's say Wyoming flies this otter from Florida to Wyoming and says, all right, go look in Misty Moon Lake for a potential body. It's possibly a waste of money. Hank says, I wonder how deep they can go in a lake at 7,000 feet elevation. Never mind 7,000 feet. Misty Moon is at 10,200. 10,200 feet above sea level, way up there at the base of Cloud Peak on the Bighorns. Super cold lake. This otter is only going to be able to do its job in August. There's a very narrow window because if it tries to do it now, it'll freeze. This poor Florida otter will freeze to death. He can't look for a body in November in the Bighorn. This better be one tough otter. Yeah, and I don't know how deep they go. Otters, they don't seem like they're like a deep diver. Every time I see an otter, it looks lazy, although it must have obtained that food source somehow. But otters just floating on their back in a place called Otter Creek, in Yellowstone, and they're eating the stuff off their belly. It's the cutest thing you've ever seen. And once you've seen an otter do that, you cannot now recalibrate your mind to think of an otter like doing a job. This Florida sheriff has trained the nation's first search and recovery otter. An otter going to work. It just doesn't sound right. Sounds like an oxymoron. Sounds like an otter moron. This is an otter disgrace. Otters just lay around on top of the slow-moving, slow-flowing creek eating fish off their belly. That's an otter's life. And believe me, I'm jealous, yeah. But I can't imagine spending any amount of money to go hire this search and rescue otter to go deep dive down 100 feet in a super frozen lake. I just don't see the otter doing that. Neither does Hank. This day in history, that's what we'll do. So far this morning, I've only been able to talk about the otter and the fact that you can you can collect the neighborhood's ballots and bring them into the county clerk for a vote. It seems absurd. Ulysses S. Grant was reelected president on this day in 1872. I wonder if you were allowed to bring the votes of your friends back then. How did they vote in 1872? Ulysses S. Grant. 1879, this day, the U.S. Army established a camp on the Snake River. 1889, this day, Wyoming's Constitution was approved by the electorate. 1912 of this day, must have been a Tuesday, obviously, Woodrow Wilson elected president. Wilson took 36% of the Wyoming vote that year, with Republican Taft, the guy who got stuck in a bathtub, taking 34%. Progressive Bull Moose candidate Theodore Roosevelt, backed by Governor Carey, who had left the GOP with Roosevelt, took 22% of the vote that year. 1935, Parker Brothers begins marketing a new novel board game they invented called Monopoly. Parker Brothers Monopoly, 1935 this day. President Franklin Roosevelt won a third term in office. Wyoming's electoral votes went to the incumbent president. 1943 this day, United States Army Air Corps bomber crashes near Evanston. That's this day, 1943. November 5th, 1961, the Upper Green River Rendezvous Site is designated a National Historic Landmark. Richard Nixon elected president this day in 1968. Wyoming voted for Nixon as it had for every Republican presidential candidate after Lyndon Johnson. Since Lyndon Johnson, Wyoming has voted for the Republican presidential candidate every time, even in losing efforts, as we'll see in 1996 when President Bill Clinton won a second term. 50% of the vote went to Republican challenger Bob Dole. 12% to third-party candidate Ross Perot. Remember Ross back in the 90s? This day in 1994, George Foreman became the oldest boxing heavyweight champion at age 45. He knocked out Michael Moorer in the 10th round of the WBA fight in Las Vegas, 1994. George Foreman, who went on to sell ovens or cookware or, the Foreman stove. Mike Enzi elected senator from Wyoming on this day, 1996. One of our best, no doubt. Mike Enzi. 2014, after one of the most unusual election seasons in recent Wyoming history, voters returned results that were actually fairly typical for Wyoming. Going back over the last couple of decades, Republican Governor Matt Mead easily defeated all of his opponents, including Democrat, Libertarian, and Independent challengers. A late Tea Party effort from Dr. Taylor Haynes fell short, as well as Republican Governor Matt Mead voted in office this day in 2014. All these things happen on this day, November 5th. It's time to rodeo with the Western Ag Network and Will Rasmussen.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. Will Rasmussen here. Good to have you along again today. Today, Three Forks, Montana barrel racer Taylor Moykins, a national college champion. She is on her way to her first national finals rodeo. She talks about the beginning of her career and the upbringing she had and the foundation that was laid. Taylor Moykins on the Roadshow coming up next.
Of the 5.2 million sheep in the United States, 923,000 of them are still in Idaho, Nevada, Utah, and Wyoming. That's why the West Central States Wool Growers Convention is so important. It remains dedicated to providing cutting-edge and high-quality information for attendees in an effort to help improve lamb and sheep production in the West. And this year's convention is November 6th through the 8th in Cody, Wyoming. For more information and to get registered, visit the Wyoming Wool Growers Association's website. Farmers and ranchers know that fall is more than just a season. It's the payoff of a year's hard work and the start of the next. Through the long days and the changing seasons, your dedication keeps our community strong. At the Western Ag Network, we're proud to stand with you every step of the way, sharing your story, supporting your operation, and keeping agriculture connected across the West. Western Ag Network, where the heart of farming and ranching is always on our airwaves and social media channels.
You grew up in Three Forks, came up through, I know you were active in the Northern Rodeo Association and traveled with your mom and dad, right? Tell me about the beginnings.
Yeah, mom and dad, they definitely set me up for success. They always put me on good horses, taught me good skills, tried to keep the bad habits to a minimum, and coming up that way definitely was a benefit through the NRA. You really get to learn how to actually rodeo, and I attribute that to a lot of my success because from a very young age I got to do what I love to do.
Isn't that something? Wow. And then you went on through the high school ranks and you went to college at Montana State University, and you were the very first national college champion barrel racer for the Bobcats there.
Yeah, that was pretty cool and kind of unexpected, to be honest. When you go to the college finals, it's the top 3 in every region, so it's definitely not an easy thing to do.
Taylor Moykins of Three Forks, Montana, finishing 16 in the world. That's one spot out of going to the NFR back in 2024. She's solid in the top 15 in 2025. On the Rodeo Roadshow, I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
We're back. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake continues.
Yeah, we're back. We continue. This story we didn't get to yesterday. We were so tied up with breaking news, the passing of Dick Cheney. Yesterday, we had a whole bunch of guests on to talk about Dick Cheney, reminiscing. Cheney dead at age 84. So yesterday's show was kind of a quick pivot, reacting in real time, which is so beneficial. I mean, that's one thing radio can do for you. We don't have a pre-programmed set script. I mean, we do, but nobody adheres to it. Obviously, Andrew Rossi. I'm just going to take him out of this time slot. Andrew has no idea he's on Wednesdays. Yeah, we do have a script, but we're able to be nimble enough to go off script when breaking news is happening. And we quickly got U.S. Senator John Barrasso on the horn on the show. He joined us to talk about Dick Cheney. We found Rob Wallace. We tracked him down and forced him to come on the show. And we reached out to Pete Williams, who Pete just didn't have time. He couldn't work it in the schedule he wanted to, but we're going to get him on today. Pete Williams was the longtime press secretary for Dick Cheney, both when he was in Congress for the state of Wyoming in D.C., and then when he went on to become the Secretary of Defense. Cheney brought Williams along with him to the Pentagon to be his spokesperson. And then Pete Williams, after his service with Dick Cheney, went on to be NBC News Justice correspondent and won a couple of Emmys doing that, 3 Emmys actually. He'll be on the show, Pete Williams, both from Natrona County High School. Should have led with that, right? I mean, if you want to talk about greatness and people's resume, just start with both Dick Cheney and Pete Williams graduated from Natrona County High. Boom, done. I also, Claire McFarland will be on the show in a little bit, and she'll talk about some courts and crime stuff. We got this Casper man who received 13 to 16-year sentence in prison, a 49-year-old man for having some 30,000 child porn images on his phone. Some of them quite disturbing, so disturbing the judge accepted the plea deal just so the jury wouldn't have to look at the photos. Ugh. Then the Cheyenne woman who gets 7 to 10 years for stabbing her husband in the gut. She was stabbing beer cans, but the husband said, hey, knock that off, so she stabbed him. He refused treatment and died 4 days later, and she's now going to serve 7 to 10. Shantavia Blanche. Yeah, we're going to talk about all these stories, get to a whole bunch of stuff, but right now we burned down another hour of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Thanks for spending your time with us, whether it's on Facebook, YouTube, X, on the homepage, cowboystatedaily.com. Maybe you listen to us on a radio station near you. That's cool. Or run it back on demand. Download the podcast wherever you find your podcast. We're everywhere. Coming right back after news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. A Wyoming legislative committee advanced a bill on Tuesday to criminalize dropping off ballots for other people, with a few exceptions. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that supporters of the bill say it protects election integrity, while critics say it could make felons out of well-meaning friends.
It's a ban of ballot harvesting. They're nervous that someone's going to grab like 20 ballots from a nursing home, people that maybe didn't know what they were doing when they filled them out, and drop them all off at the county clerk's office and sway an election. Detractors of the bill are saying this isn't happening in Wyoming, and proponents are saying we only don't know whether it's happening because we don't have a law banning it.
If the bill is signed into law, a person violating that law would be charged with a felony punishable by up to 5 years in prison and $10,000 in fines. Casper native and University of Wyoming football star Logan Wilson is now a different Cowboy, a Dallas Cowboy. Cowboy State Daily's Justin George reports on the former Cincinnati Bengal going to Jerry's World in the DFW.
The hope is that he's going to get more playing time there. He was a starting linebacker with the Bengals and had seen sort of his role get diminished. Cowboys are trying to make a push for the playoffs, so they're hoping that Logan can help sort of firm up the tackling.
Always a great ambassador for his home state, Thomas has partnered with Visit Casper to promote local tourism and share the Wyoming way of life with a national audience. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
This Thanksgiving, many of our homeless neighbors will come to us hungry, cold, and in need of hope. Wyoming Rescue Mission offers a lifeline. For just $2.58, you can do more than fill a plate. It's not just food you're giving, it's the first step toward recovery, job training, and a brighter future. With your help, we can change lives, one meal at a time. This season, let's serve up hope. Please donate today at wyomission.org. That's WYO mission.org.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. The Wyoming Republican Party on Tuesday asked a legislative committee to loosen state laws that allowed a court to overturn an internal election. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the committee agreed to one of the party's many suggested tweaks.
The way it works is the electoral chain is not quite connected already, right? You vote for precinct committee men and women from your neighborhood, from your party at a state-run election. But this would take it a step further and say that state chair or whoever can also vote. And so you're kind of expanding the voting power beyond the realm of people that were chosen at the ballot box.
Now, the proposed change advances to the state's lawmaking session, which opens February 9th. A Florida County Sheriff's Office has what they say is the nation's first search and recovery otter for finding bodies underwater. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that a Wyoming Sheriff's Office is not counting out the possibility of using a recovery otter.
So I talked to some search and rescue folks here in Wyoming, particularly Sweetwater County, where they have jurisdiction over that big part of Flaming Gorge. So that's something they deal with, is from time to time, sadly, people who get lost in the Flaming Gorge Reservoir. And they said, we don't have any immediate plans to bring an otter on board. It's not something outside the realm of possibility. They could definitely recognize the utility of it.
A Sweetwater County Sheriff's Office spokesperson tells Cowboy State Daily the department isn't going to adopt an otter and hire a trainer, but if there were an otter trainer in Wyoming, the Sheriff's Office might call and ask for help. Dick Cheney, regarded as the most powerful vice president in U.S. history and a former congressman from Wyoming, died Monday night at the age of 84. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Dick Cheney's early life got off to a rocky start.
He had a turnaround because he flunked out of Yale and he was a lineman for a power company in Wyoming and launching really a spectacular political career. The people that remembered him Tuesday remembered him as carrying strength and commanding respect.
Cheney died at his home in Wilson, Wyoming from complications of pneumonia and cardiac and vascular disease. And our continuing coverage on the passing of Dick Cheney continues on Cowboy State Daily. The nation is remembering Dick Cheney as the serious, no-nonsense former Secretary of Defense and Vice President who some dubbed a war hawk, others called him Darth Vader. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that in his home state of Wyoming, though, they say he was a heck of a funny guy.
And as he's leaving, she goes, well, who are you? He's like, I'm running for office. And she says, well, okay, well, who are you? And he goes, I'm Al Simpson, and I want your vote.
Richard Bruce Dick Cheney was on the Natrona County High School football team, senior class president, and married his high school sweetheart, Lynn Vincent. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
I do not have guns at home.
I feel really safe and secure having a gun in the house.
Judge, my opponent is completely disregarding almost half of my arguments which I respond to.
Communities must step up
Laws
and
alone
protest
cannot
against this
stop a
normalizing.
bullet.
Our community must educate and push back against all that violence.
Every individual needs to be aware of what they can do to keep kids safe.
I completely disagree.
I'm not gonna listen to points that are completely ridiculous.
Point of inquiry. Do you guys even realize that the #1 killer of children and teens are gun injuries? Why are we fighting about this?
We have a serious problem in this country.
There is no adult in this earth that wants children to die.
I worry for my kids.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Wednesday, and we got a full hour lined up for you, beginning with Cowboy State Daily reporter Claire McFarland. We got NBC correspondent, formerly he retired in 2022, Pete Williams, going to be here, and we're going to talk to Jared Petrino and do a little sports ball. University of Wyoming Cowboys. Yeah, we'll talk a little bit about the linebacker. We'll talk a little about basketball season started in Laradice and all that stuff. First, let's get Claire into the room. Claire, I'm thinking about training, adopting an otter that can sniff out stuff. That's crazy.
I can't believe Jen found that. That's so cool.
Yeah.
The things that you do when you're willing to talk to humans, the things you discover when you're willing to talk to humans.
Yeah.
Jen is an example of that as a good reporter.
Totally. That was new. She was telling me that yesterday when she was on the show. She's like, there's this guy in Florida that's got an otter that can search and rescue otter. I'm like, that is insane. Speaking of Florida, Wyoming is, when it comes to Florida news, Wyoming says, hold our beer. You've got one story crazier than the next. Where do we start? Oh, by the way, Pete Williams is on right after you. Are you a fan? You are probably president of the Pete Williams fan club. You should be.
I'm not prone to clubs or organizing with others. But I do have a good deal of respect for Pete Williams.
Pete Williams kind of does what you do on a national level, or did, NBC justice correspondent. Whenever the Supreme Court made a ruling and you're like, what does that mean? Pete would explain it to us. Same thing with state Supreme Court, and Claire says, "Here's what that means." We're glad we have our own Pete Williams, Claire McFarland. Let's talk about. See, this is where I need you. I didn't know you could bring somebody else's ballot to a county clerk and turn it in.
Yeah. And this is number 14 now. So on Monday night, I reported there were 13 bills headed into the legislature dealing with like election integrity tightening. And then due to a scheduling mix-up, they had one straggler that they debated Tuesday morning, and now it too. So now we're at 14. That makes 10 out of corporations committee and 4 out of management audit. And so the county clerks are just like,
I mean, we know Secretary Gray has been busy. It's his jam. He's bringing a lot to Cheyenne this session. But so this bill that we're talking about, from what I understand with your reporting, I think, and you can clarify, it just addresses what the punitive of bringing others' ballots is. I don't know if you can currently do that, but this would cap it at 5. So then the clerks say, what do you do if someone brings 6? That's weird. And then Representative Mike Yin says it would make you a felon for doing something you can almost do over the mail. That's weird.
Yeah. One detractor, I can't quite remember who, said, why wouldn't this just encourage mail-in voting? Like, why wouldn't that just shift?
Right.
If we're worried about mail-in voting, we're worried about ballot harvesting. Are they just going to kind of shift and trade with each other depending on what we do? But
yeah,
yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I mean, whereas on the other side, Secretary Gray was like, "This is important for chain of custody. Oh, this is happening. This is serious in other places. Other states have mechanisms in place." I'm not going to take a stand.
Yeah. I was going to ask you what other states do. Not that Wyoming wants to assume other states have it right, but yeah, I was going to ask that. So, I mean, we're just trying to make sure, like, if grandma can't get to the county clerk, if she's, homebound or, the walker, we bring her ballot for her. That's simple enough. But this also, now you could maybe collect the neighborhood's ballots or, and bring in a home mess. What can you do right now at this last election? Could we have brought 20 ballots and say, my neighborhood elected me, the guy to bring the ballots in?
Yeah, but if you are filling them out for your neighbors or you're coercing someone, like that's already election fraud. So like that was another of Yin's points. Like the bad actors are already captured in state law, that are going to fill out ballots for someone else and lie. So why are we now worried about the delivery boys? Another hole someone wanted to poke in it says there's an exception for immediate family, right? So you can take one for your mama or whatever. Someone was like, so if it's my stepmom, am I a felon? And so it's just anytime you add to the green books, you're gonna have unintended consequences that you then have to address, and it does become kind of it becomes a very involved thing.
Copy that. Okay, now let's go to Florida, Wyoming. Shantavia is stabbing beer cans. Her husband says, "Stop that. You're dulling the knife," or "I'm not done with that beer," or I don't know. And she does stop, only to stab him in the stomach. He dies 4 days later. She's looking at a little stint in prison, 7 to 10 years. What the heck?
Yeah, but that was a Jackson story. When is Jackson on?
What? It's not Jackson's story.
That's in Jackson.
No.
Does it not say Jackson?
Oh, I thought you meant that's in Jackson, Wyoming. Oh, sorry. You're right. That's a Jackson Walker story. Even though it is.
And Jackson Walker is so much more charming on camera. You ought to save it. You ought to save that for Jackson. All right. I realize that it's difficult for me to present on a radio show when I have been covering election law for 2 days. Because it's not the juiciest. Whoa, nope, don't. I just opened the homepage to try to find you a story and I saw myself talking. Let's
Oh, look out. Yeah, the election stuff. Although the election stuff, another story regarding election that I don't quite understand, but I understand it better when you explained it to Mac Watson, was what went down in Thermopolis. I think it was Hot Springs when they voted party committee members, and then those committee members wanted to vote and a judge had to rule. Is that what this is sort of about, coming from with your story on Wyoming GOP wants more power for non-elected members?
Okay, so holy crap! I'm so anti-establishment that it's hard for me to cover any sort of partisan mechanisms here. But I shouldered this. I shouldered this. So the congregators, the major parties,
yeah.
They have a law. So why do we have laws that dictate how major parties can operate and what they can and cannot and should do? Is because they play a civic role, right? If the if Senator Barrasso were to get hit by a bus, let's hope not, then the chosen leaders of the state Republican Party would have to get together and choose 3 people to take his place. And from those, the governor would choose 1. It's actually how Senator Barrasso first ascended to that office. So we can see now the fruit of the state Republican Party's decision making. We can see it with every move Barrasso makes, right? And so it's not a small deal who ends up in those state leadership seats. The people that end up in those state leadership seats are chosen by the county parties in their respective counties. They're forwarded 3 of the 3 delegates. Those county party leadership people, the law says, are elected by their neighborhoods, basically their precincts. So the Repubs in the hood, nope. I told myself I wasn't going to say that. The Republicans in the neighborhood choose their neighbors that are going to go and be party leadership. And so the Republican Party is saying, let's also open it up so that at those county party meetings, non-elected people can vote. And so it's a little bit of a hanging cliffhanger there.
Yeah.
But what it translates to, and it translates to a couple of things, right? Like if you have your precinct committee person die, but you have a big meeting coming up, the party, according to its bylaws under this bill, could choose a person to fill his place. That way, that precinct isn't just vacant. So yeah, it does serve a function there. But also, because the county party chair doesn't need to be chosen by the neighborhood Republicans or Democrats. This also applies to Democrats, even though we didn't hear from them. And so this also functionally would enable your chair to vote, even if the neighborhood didn't choose him. Yeah. So rabbit hole.
Yeah.
The chain of representation is already broken because the party can already send a chair who wasn't chosen by the neighborhood to the state central committee. They can already do that. So the people in the state central committee aren't necessarily chosen by the neighborhood at the primary election. So this would erode that chain of direct representation a little more.
Let's turn the subject back to criminals. Not that that's no, not that that's a major shift going from politics to criminal activity.
Ooh,
but
burn.
yeah, your story that posted October 30th, I noticed that it drew the same feedback that I had initially when I read the headline. Casper burglar who broke into the wrong house to stay in prison, and of course the comments were, "Is there a right house to break into?" But the reasoning here is these 2 Utes broke into a home with the potential intent of doing some burglary, and it happened to be a sheriff's deputy who was he worked the overnight shift. He was asleep, but the wife was awake, and I don't know which one you want to deal with: the sheriff deputy who might throw cuffs on you, or the wife who finds the handgun in the nightstand and points that at you. But wrong home, wrong time.
Wrong
for sure.
house. Yeah. Pistol packing pregnant mama.
Right.
And a sheriff's deputy who just woke up on the wrong side of the bed.
Right.
So I remember covering this when it happened in 2023, and the court documents conveniently omitted that he was a sheriff's deputy. And, probably to preserve his privacy and, whatever. I don't know how many sheriff's deputies and if you could alienate, which it was, from other details in the case. I get it. But the Supreme Court did not do that. And it's 2 years later, right? But so as I'm reading the appeal, so at the time in 2023, and I think that I was more fun then, but the headline said something about pistol packing mama. So it was a very fun story at the time. And, Wyoming people are like, yeah, I would put a homeless test out, because we all have our guns. And I've written a column about going to the front door in the night with my gun. So, whatever. That's Wyoming. Don't break in anywhere.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter that she's married to, a sheriff's deputy. This is Wyoming, and a pregnant mom could have access to a firearm. There's a good statistical chance, so be careful on what home you're trying to break into. But in this case, Joel Wilson is one of the Utes, his buddy Daniel Hemmer, and he wanted the Wyoming Supreme Court to look into this again because of texts that he was sharing. I mean, was he not the dude in this home?
That's not it. That's not it. There was also, okay. Oh, here we go. Aggravated burglary is a felony within a felony. If you're breaking into a home or structure, car even, with the intent to commit a felony therein, it's aggravated burglary, which is a minimum of 5, a maximum of 25. So way worse than felony burglary, which is maximum of 10. But of course, then the prosecutor has to prove that internal felony inside the shell, that you intended to commit a felony once you were in there. And so the felony asserted in this case was burglary, that they intended to go and burglarize the place. Guy who's got like a, what did I report, 20-year sentence is like, yeah, but there's no proof that I was going to burglarize the place. Maybe I just stumbled in the wrong house or whatever. Yeah. And so you do have to prove the elements of the law that you're charging a guy with. And you asking for decades in prison certainly accentuates the point. But so at trial, the prosecutor admitted what Wilson called hearsay. You have a Sixth Amendment right to confront your accuser. So if they're going to be saying so-and-so said this in court, they also have to have like a foundation to where there's still some one that's qualified to describe what's being said and to confirm that they witnessed it or whatever, to establish foundation so you can confront the person that's establishing the foundation, even if you can't confront like the text messages themselves, right? That's your Sixth Amendment right. And he's saying these text messages between me and my buddy that hint that we were doing a burglary are hearsay. I can't confront them. They were just floated in court. It's not fair. And the Supreme Court called on precedent that says if the hearsay is a product of a conversation between two co-conspirators in the crime, then the prosecutors need only to prove that conspiracy was in place, right? Because it's hard. Your buddy's probably, and in fact has a right not to testify against himself. So we can't just call him in and be like, did y'all do these texts?
Yeah.
And you have a right not to incriminate yourself, right? So it's like, did you do these texts? And so where's the foundation in that? So then we have this case law that comes in and says, okay, you just got to prove that there's a conspiracy. And in this case, the prosecutors did that. The high court ruled. I
see. So the high court did. I was wondering why, on what grounds, that Joel wanted the text inadmissible because, you can't face your accuser if they're just text from your burgle buddy. But if your burgle buddy did send those texts, then the state Supreme Court says that is a witness against you. You and your burgle buddy saying, let's go knock off some houses or whatever they said.
The wrong dang house.
The wrong house. Holy cow. Okay, good stuff. We're going to bounce out. Thanks, Claire, so much for spending time with us. Claire McFarland of the Cowboy State Daily Show. Be back with Pete Williams right after this.
We're all just trying to keep things running for those who rely on us. That's why we don't have time to be sick with the flu.
We don't have time for delays.
We don't have time for spills.
Next. We don't have time for setbacks. Let's be real.
Getting the flu shot
helps you fight the flu.
Get a flu shot for yourself and those around you too.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Mom, I got it. What are you doing in there?
I got stuck.
Are you a dog?
I wouldn't do that. Have you seen the pliers? Where'd you find those?
It's not your birthday.
Sorry.
Bye, Grandpa.
Bye, Grandpa.
Take care of yourself.
What are you doing? What are you looking for?
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
The Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Don't attempt to adjust your video. I know I'm on the wrong end or something, because normally when you see this guy, Pete Williams, you think you're tuning into NBC or you're on TV. Many folks will recognize Pete Williams as the NBC News Justice correspondent, best known for making sense of the latest SCOTUS ruling when Supreme Court hands down a ruling and we all scratch our heads. Pete explains it to us like we're five. And makes sense of it. And then, you only won, a handful of Emmys doing that, maybe 3 of them. But before that, there was a life prior to the NBC gig that Pete Williams had. And I'm not talking about Dick Cheney, not even K2. We're going all the way back to Natrona County when he was on the speech and debate team. Go Mustangs, right?
That's right. and don't forget KATI radio, which doesn't even exist anymore.
Oh, man. And I only bring up Natrona County because that was also the high school alma mater of Dick Cheney. And we are talking about Dick Cheney. And your we'll recap your resume, but I wanted to ask about Dick Cheney. I mean, outside of Lynn, I don't know who knew him better than you, I think. I mean, Dick Cheney, you were the longtime press secretary for him. You were Dick Cheney's mouthpiece for a guy who really didn't need one. I mean, you were his press secretary when he was a congressman from Wyoming, when he went into the Pentagon, Secretary of Defense, he brought you with. That's huge. That shows a real tight bond there. What yesterday when you heard the news, what were your first thoughts? I'm sure you were doing a lot of appearances, speaking national news.
Well, it wasn't unexpected because we knew he'd been in declining health. He'd been in hospice care for a time, so it seemed like the end was coming. So it wasn't a great shock. But my thoughts were just what a great experience it was. What a great moment and time in my life to work for him. As you say, we both grew up in Casper. He was actually born in Nebraska, but he moved to Casper when his parents came working for the Soil Conservation Service when he was young. So he went to NCHS. He was the captain of the football team. He married the homecoming queen, Lynn Cheney. Lynn grew up just down the street from me in Casper. And of course, I don't know if you've ever read her great book called Blue Skies, White Fences. It's a great love letter to growing up in Casper, Wyoming. And my only regret about the book is that I didn't write it, but it was really good. But I think a lot of people knew him closely. Dave Nicholas, who was the best man, one of the best men at his wedding, eventually became the U.S. ambassador to NATO and was a very close friend of Dick's. As a matter of fact, I recall on one of our trips overseas, we were in, I think, Italy and meeting with the defense minister there, and there were some protesters who were upset about U.S. defense policy. And as we walked in, somebody fired a paintball at Dave Nicholas. And he came in very upset, wiping the paint off his coat, and he said to Cheney, "I think they thought I was you." And Cheney said, "Well, why do you think I hired you?" So... he kept in really close touch with people from the NCHS class of 1959, and they were often invited back to the vice president's residence or the White House. He had many, many good friends in Wyoming, but I was pleased to be one of them.
Tell me, we're talking to Pete Williams, longtime press secretary for Dick Cheney. Tell me about the role you serve with him, because when I think about a press secretary, a PIO, a public information, somebody who speaks on behalf of a dignitary, many times it's because the person you're representing maybe is not the best thinking on their feet, speaking on their feet. But in this case, I mean, you repped a guy who he didn't need you. And what did you do? What did you find your role was in the beginning when it was Wyoming, and then later when it's in the Pentagon? What did you find your role? How did it develop?
Well, that's so insightful, because what many of us who worked for him at DOD often said was, this was true of Dave Gribben, another Wyoming guy who was the head of legislative affairs, Sean O'Keefe, who was the controller. Many of us often said that, Dick Cheney could do our jobs better than we did. He just didn't have the time. So it was a little different speaking for a congressman than it is for a cabinet agency, because when you're the government spokesman at some place like the Department of Defense, you're not just speaking for the secretary, you're also sort of corporately speaking for the organization. And so very often my task had very little to do with explaining Dick Cheney's policies and equally explaining what the Defense Department was up to, what the military services were doing. So there is a difference in that sense. But, your key point is right. He certainly, he didn't need somebody to tell him what to say.
Yeah. Let me ask you this. Did you get a sense, yesterday we were talking about, perhaps Dick Cheney was the most influential, powerful vice president, and it just seemed to be timing. He was Secretary of Defense during those operations, Operation Just Cause, Operation Desert Storm. So when 9/11 happened, you couldn't have had a more perfect vice president for George W. Bush. I mean, what a guy to be able to lean on And that's when I think Vice President Dick Cheney's his approval rating was the highest. Did you have a sense through his career in D.C. did you two ever discuss how popular or not popular he was? What the public thought of him? War hawk, warmonger. What did you ever discuss that? Did it matter to Dick that what the American people thought about him?
Well, I suppose it mattered to him, but he never talked about it. I don't think it mattered to him a lot. I think he had a very definite set of principles, and those were what guided him, not the poll results. Election results, yes. And, his only close election ever was his Republican primary for running for the Congress in the first place, when he ran against Ed Witzenberger, who had been a very popular state treasurer. So that was the only tough election he ever had in Wyoming. He was reelected, 5 times, and really with token opposition. So, and I guess it was as true then as it is now that once you win the Republican primary, you're basically in. The last Democratic congressman, of course, was Tino Roncalio, who, when he stepped down, created the opening in the House that Cheney stepped into. But I don't think it was. I don't think that was anything that he lost a lot of sleep over.
We're talking to Pete Williams and Dick Cheney. And Pete, what Dick Cheney brought for the state of Wyoming, elevating Wyoming at the national level. I mean, Wyoming is, we're a small state where we don't have many people. We haven't had many electeds. He achieved the highest office. We have John Barrasso now, U.S. Senator, Majority Whip. So at that time, did it mean a lot to Dick Cheney to be a Wyoming guy? He had always, waved the bison flag. Wyoming was important to him almost as much as family.
Well, totally. Wyoming, if you think about Wyoming and the federal government, we've had, 2 secretaries of Interior, Jim Watt and my mind is blanking right now on the former governor who was briefly Secretary of Interior. I'll think of it in a second. Other sub-cabinet officials like John Turner at the Fish and Wildlife Service, Rob Wallace at the Interior Department. But clearly, the highest person in federal office was the Vice President, Dick Cheney. And to return to your point about 9/11, about what a searing moment that must have been, to be grabbed by the Secret Service and hustled down to that underground bunker in the White House, and the president on the road and the vice president having no idea what was going on as these planes were attacking buildings in New York and the Pentagon crashing into a field in Pennsylvania, and Cheney facing the prospect of maybe having to order the shoot down of a domestic airliner. But you're right. I mean, his experience, he was the youngest chief of staff at age 34 under Ford, and then a member of Congress, and then the Secretary of Defense. So he did have that experience, and, I guess history did put him in the right place at the right time.
Your relationship with Dick Cheney as his press secretary, I assume that came to an abrupt halt in 1995. The Clinton administration takes over. Dick Cheney goes and runs Halliburton, chairman and CEO of Halliburton, goes back into the private sector before returning. What happened with you at that time?
Right, 93 actually, after the election of 92. Right, I left the Pentagon. I started working at NBC. I was hired by the late Tim Russert, who was the bureau chief then and later became moderator of Meet the Press. And, I felt very lucky in my life to have been guided and, have worked for 2 towering figures, Dick Cheney and Tim Russert. I certainly kept in touch with Mr. Cheney after he left the White House, after he left the Defense Department. Little known story, he asked me to come to work for him in the White House as vice president after a woman named Mary Madeline had stepped down. But, it was a difficult thing for me because I felt such tremendous loyalty to him. But, some people can move in and out of government. Washington lawyers, lobbyists, and so forth can move in and out of government. And, every time they work in the administration, it just sort of enhances their careers. I didn't think that was true for me. I basically had worked for the federal government once, and I didn't feel that I could go back in again, or I would never have a future in journalism. So it was a tough decision, but I think it was the right one.
On that note, and this final question, Pete, and thanks for making time for us. I admire people who can walk both sides of that line. That line is a distinctly drawn one from media, and then being a spokesperson for, on one hand, as media, whether it's K2 or NBC for you, you're asking the questions and wanting the answers. And on the other hand, you're fielding the questions and you're couching your responses. You're not, I watched Carolyn Levitt do it, in my estimation, pretty admirably. It's not easy being on either of those sides. How do you do it? And what did you learn from it? When you were on, when you were with the employ of Dick Cheney, and people from NBC are asking these questions, and there's certain ways you want to tell them answers. And then when you're on the other side, are you frustrated that you're not getting answers you think you're not getting? I don't know. It's tough to navigate.
Yeah, I mean, unlike a lot of government spokesmen today, especially in this administration, I never viewed my job as being the government press critic. I didn't view my job as standing at lecterns and criticizing reporters. That was not my job.
Yeah.
So the bottom line is truth. You can't, if you ever say something that isn't true on purpose as a government spokesman, your credibility is dead forever. So you never kind of do that. So, truth is sort of the bottom line, no matter what role you have. It was always pretty clear to me what I was doing in both roles. I think the other thing is this. If you're a White House spokesperson, it's a very political thing. When you're a spokesman for another agency, it's less so. It's a less partisan political thing. So I think it's a little easier to make that transition if you had a job like I did at DOD.
Yeah,
but I just want to thank you very much for the time, and just say, I applaud you all for noting the passing of this towering figure in the history of Wyoming and our nation. He was a dear friend, and we will miss him very much.
Yeah, I agree. Same. Thank you, Pete. Thanks for making time for us. I appreciate it. Have a great day.
Thank you. Nice talking to you.
Longtime NBC Justice correspondent Pete Williams, who was known for his conservatism in bringing the news, he waited till he had the facts, till he had the truth. Even when others around him sometimes were going off on half-truths, we could always trust Pete Williams was reporting truth. NBC news reporter. Before that, K2. Before that, Natrona County High School debate team. And a longtime press secretary for Dick Cheney, who we're remembering today and yesterday. And the passing of Dick Cheney. We'll take a break and we'll move to more. Jared Petrino is waiting on deck. We'll get to UW Sports after this quick word.
Eva Marie smoked 12,000 packs of cigarettes over 15 years. She quit, and now there's a new lung cancer screening that could save her life. You stopped smoking. Now start screening. No matter how much you smoked, early detection could save you. Talk to your doctor or learn more at savedbythescan.org.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day is a new opportunity.
That's cool. Your hand's gotten so cute. Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love your mind.
Cowboy State Daily show on a Wednesday. Wednesday means Jared Petrino stops in. We'll talk UW sports. Of course, Cowboys coming off the disappointing loss to SDSU. The Aztecs now sitting atop of the Mountain West. So it wasn't, a fluky thing. We knew it would be a bit of an upset for Wyoming to be able to beat San Diego State in their barn, known as the Snapdragon Dome, whatever they called it, the Ladybug Dome, named after some kind of insect or a plant. Yeah, that would have been an upset. And for a little bit, Wyoming had the lead 7-0 before San Diego State tied it 7-7. And then the Landon Sims, the other quarterback, got hurt. And then the wheels came off, unfortunately. So Wyoming turns its sights to the next victim. And I was just reading a little bit about the top recruit, wondering about what the quarterback room looks like at UW. Mason Drew, I'm wondering if he doesn't get a shot before this season is over. One of the most heavily recruited quarterbacks in recent years. 3-star recruit. Number 52 quarterback in his class, maybe, according to some. ESPN calls him a 3-star recruit. So does 247 Sports. All-state selection member of the Casper Super 25 team. Drew had a prolific high school career. Reportedly recruited by Michigan State, Boston College, Washington State, and Utah State. And committed to UW. He's going to rock the number 7. And he's currently, he's been QB3 in the room, technically, behind, actually probably QB4. He's been behind Caden Anderson, behind Landon Sims. Then there's this other kid, number 15. I'm blanking on his name. Whose mom is was a volleyball player, and he's currently dating a volleyball player who I will not disclose who. And then there's Mason Drew, who now with the injury to Sims, Caden Anderson's kind of turnover proneness, it's got some saying, is it time to take a look at number 7, Mason Drew? Is he ready? And I think that question was asked of Coach Savell. And he kind of smiled and said, well, he's taking reps now, not necessarily with the top unit, but he is now off the practice squad. Mason Drew had been quarterbacking the opponent team. He has been playing the role of the opponent. And now maybe his significance in the program will be elevated. On the basketball floor, on the hardwood, the Cowboys beat Northern State handily 99-75 in the season opener, playing Sundance Wicks kind of basketball, opening it up a little. It's pretty exciting. 99 they hung on Northern State to win the season opener. The Cowboys basketball team 1-0. Not so for the Cowgirls. They lost their opener 56-47 in a defensive struggle. As we've discussed, the Cowgirls graduated a ton of stars in the offseason. Their best players from last year were seniors, and so they're maybe in a rebuild kind of a year. Meanwhile, congrats to Alyssa Glover. She was honored as All-Mountain West team in soccer. The Cowgirls didn't have a great soccer year. They were pretty good. They pulled off some big wins, but they didn't score a lot, as evidenced by their lead scorer, Alyssa Glover. I think she had how many goals on the season? Just 5 goals on the year and 1 assist for 11 points. Yeah, there was not a lot of goals, but still, those 5 goals were good enough to get the all-conference team designation. The Mountain West Conference released its all-conference team on Monday, and Alyssa Glover was honored as she reeled in second-team honors for her season with the Cowgirls soccer team. 5 goals, 1 assist on the season. One of those, 2 of the goals were game winners, by the way. So congrats, Alyssa. And yeah, that's all my UW sports that I have without Jared being on. I'm not sure where Jared is at. Okay. We could move to, let me run this by you, and then I'll reload with some more Cowboy State Daily stories we have not yet gotten to. It's Wyoming Game and Fish Department and their little bit with Ray Hageman. What's going on at Game and Fish?
Hi, I'm Ray Hageman. Information generated by artificial intelligence may not be giving hunters and anglers all of the details. I'll explain in a moment. This is the Wyoming Outdoorsman. Stay tuned. The Wyoming Game and Fish would like to remind the public to refer to the agency website, regulations, and official resources when researching information for game and fish. Recently, a number of inaccurate AI-generated search results have been brought to the agency's attention. Several inaccuracies stem from AI referencing failed legislative bills that were listed on the Wyoming State Legislature page. Some AI-generated search results reference the bills as if they are current law, leading to highly misleading and inaccurate information being disseminated to the public. In some cases, the information provided in these searches is in direct opposition to the actual laws and regulations. Aaron Kerr is the Game and Fish's law enforcement supervisor. He says individuals who rely on inaccurate AI-generated interpretations of Wyoming wildlife laws could face hunting or fishing violations. He says hunters and anglers are accountable for following published rules and regulations. Failure to follow these carries the potential for fines, jail time, or suspension of hunting and fishing privileges. Search engines, such as Google, that generate AI responses to queries include a disclaimer that the information may not be accurate. So, it's the responsibility of the individual to verify these responses through official information sources. The most up-to-date source for information is found on the Game and Fish Regulations page, as well as proposed changes to regulation and information on how to provide public comment. Digital copies of all maps and brochures are available for download, and physical copies are available at any of the Wyoming Game and Fish offices. Inaccurate information generated by AI may not be limited to game and fish regulations. The department regularly posts updates regarding opening and closing dates, access to public lands, events, and safety messaging. Resources, including sign-ups for Game and Fish news alerts and newsletters, as well as information on how to call or stop by a Wyoming Game and Fish office, can be found by going to the Wyoming Game and Fish Department website. The Wyoming Outdoorsman is a program produced by the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. Thanks for listening. I'm Ray Hageman.
Back to the studio. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake continues.
Yeah, back at it. I want to dig into this story from Jackson Walker, which I think is kind of a lightning rod of a story. I don't want to get too opinionated into it without knowing all the facts, and I think really when it comes to situations like this that I'm about to describe, I don't think anyone should be sharing their 2 cents unless you know everything. If you know just a little bit, that's not enough. If you know everything, then maybe you can comment. This is a super touchy story from Jackson Walker about the Cody coach of the basketball team. He's actually an assistant coach, and he is denying accusations of sexual misconduct with his female players. He's a coach of the Phillies high school basketball team, the girls team. And you got to be so careful with stuff like this. There's Jared Petrino. All right, stand by. We're not going to talk about that. We're going to change gears here and get into the Zoom room, pick up Jared, who has been delayed, and see if we can wrap with him. There he is. Jared, what's happening?
Not much. Sorry, I had a little technical difficulties this morning. I apologize.
All right. Well, you just got to, do what I do. I'm my own IT guy. You can imagine the violence I unleash on my computer. Yeah, that's all it takes. We're talking about the Cowboys. A little disappointing last week. They took a step back. But, a lot of it was, they started good. A 7-0 lead for a minute there. And then the Landon Sims injury, and then the wheels just came off that thing, I think. What happened? San Diego State's that's a good team.
Yeah, and I think people saw that. I think defensively they were really good. That first drive, it was almost kind of like a shock a little bit. I think all Cowboys fans were like, wow, we just went right down the field, and obviously helped have an explosive play. And yeah, and I think that our ace up our sleeve was Landon Sims coming in and giving a different dynamic. And now it's going to be interesting to see how they respond with that. Probably lucky that we do have a bye to help kind of, have a little bit more time to come up with a plan. But I just saw a defense that was, I was telling, I had people over at my house watching it and felt like there was 15 guys out there on defense sometimes. They were just everywhere. How fast they were. They were very, very good on defense. It was if you like defensive football, they were fun to watch.
Yeah, there's the reason Aztecs the top of the conference. With the injury to Sims, I feel bad for that kid. That's like the third time with that knee. It's just he's going to be lost for the season. Caden Anderson has been sharp at times, and then at times he's been a little turnover prone. As the season progresses and there's less left to play for, a lot of folks are wondering if we're going to see this 3-star blue chip recruit, Mason Drube. I don't know. Is he elevated in the quarterback room now to at least number 2, maybe?
Yeah, I think that's there's a chance that's going to happen. We'll see what the depth chart says on Monday. But as far as Caden's concerned, I think there's a little bit of jump to conclusions a little bit. That was a very good defense, number 1. It was hard to get into a rhythm with them. But you're right. Everyone's right. He's got to make better decisions. He can't throw those balls late over the middle, those type of things. Hopefully they're learning experiences for him. Caden's kind of a gunslinger mentality. You love it, or and the only thing that he doesn't add that's different than maybe the guy that wore number 17 is he doesn't have the running ability, that the playmaking ability with his legs that 17 had, but he still is going to have that gunslinger mentality. So I don't think anything's going to bother him. Hopefully he learns from it and moving forward. But as far as Mason's concerned, I know they've been very excited about him. There's been a lot of growth and a lot of development. I don't think they were hoping to get him in this spotlight this early, but you never know. We never know what's going to happen. But he's got to be ready for sure. That's for anything. These last 3 games are going to be huge.
I would like to cut a lot of slack to Caden, though. You're right. I mean, it's just reps and experience. When you watch the guy drop dimes on occasion, you're like, how the heck did he make that throw? And then you watch him, you're like, why the heck did he make that throw? That's just inexperience. He's just got to get more reps. That's all.
Yeah. And what helped, we couldn't get the running game going. It was definitely a tough one.
Yeah.
Just that's our ace. And the quarterback run game was what Landon brought, and that helped us a lot. And so, I don't know. It'll be interesting to see. Maybe they'll try to find some. I wouldn't be surprised if Coach Bonite and Coach Tripodi find maybe a wildcat package for one of those, because we got 3 good backs. Maybe we find a way to instead of with Landon back there, we do a wildcat, something like that. I don't know. I'm just doing that out of left field, but just something to kind of get that running game and get that. Because a lot of the run game doesn't count for the quarterback. So when you have someone that can run at that position, they have to defend all 11 guys, not just 10. So
I like that a lot. Now, you're pretty far into the season to rewrite a playbook. But, yeah, there's a lot of running backs. There's a lot of guys who can run the ball, direct snap into one of them. That's interesting. Let's quick go to basketball. The boys look good. Sundance Wicks, and he put the hammer down on Northern State, 99-75. We're 1-0.
Yeah. No, it's an exciting product. It was fun. I didn't get a chance to watch it, but from all the stuff I read about, it was a fun product to watch. I heard people saying we got to get to the Dome to support Coach Wicks, and and it's exciting. If it's an exciting brand of ball, people are going to fill the seats, and it looks like it's back to that Coach McLean running up and down the floor and playing a lot of guys and staying fresh and using altitude as a weapon. So
yeah, and don't worry if you go to a game and say, who are these guys? It's early in the season. We're all saying, who are those guys? And we're saying, who are those girls too? Boy, we just turned over that Cowgirl team. It's all new team, rebuild year for the Cowgirls. They lost their opener 56-47, but they'll get better.
Yep. So yeah, it's a whole new. I think that's the nature of college basketball these days. You got to know you have to find your new roster at the beginning of the season every year now. So
yeah. Thanks, Jared. Appreciate you being on.
All right. Thanks. We'll see.
Have a great day.
Have a good weekend.
Jared Petrino, Cowboy State Daily. We got to duck out of here for news. Let's do that now.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Dick Cheney, regarded as the most powerful vice president in U.S. history and former congressman of Wyoming, died Monday night at the age of 84. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Dick Cheney's early life got off to a rocky start.
He had a turnaround because he flunked out of Yale and he was a lineman for a power company in Wyoming. And then he ended up graduating University of Wyoming, University of Wisconsin, marrying his high school sweetheart, Lynn, and launching really a spectacular political career. The people that remembered him Tuesday remembered him as carrying strength and commanding respect.
Cheney died at his home in Wilson, Wyoming from complications of pneumonia and cardiac and vascular disease. Our continuing coverage on the passing of Dick Cheney continues on Cowboy State Daily. The nation is remembering Cheney as the serious, steely-eyed, no-nonsense former Secretary of Defense and Vice President who some dubbed a war hawk and others Darth Vader. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that in his home state of Wyoming, they also say he was a heck of a funny guy.
He thought he was going to a radio station in Riverton to be on a show. He sped there because he was behind. He pulled up. It was held in the house. And apparently the radio station had moved out of that house a few months before. He didn't know that. He pulls up to this house and kind of barges through the door. I'm ready to get on the radio and find some woman in her nightgown holding her baby, vacuuming her floor, because now it's her house. And he's like, yeah, the radio's downtown now. And he's like, oh, okay. And as he's leaving, she goes, well, who are you? He's like, I'm running for office. And she says, well, okay, well, who are you? And he goes, I'm Al Simpson and I want your vote.
Richard Bruce Dick Cheney was on the Natrona County High School football team, senior class president, and married his high school sweetheart, Lynn Vincent. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
This Thanksgiving, many of our homeless neighbors will come to us hungry, cold, and in need of hope. Wyoming Rescue Mission offers a lifeline. For just $2.58, you can do more than fill a plate. It's not just food you're giving, it's the first step toward recovery, job training, and a brighter future. With your help, we can change lives, one meal at a time. This season, let's serve up hope. Please donate today at wyomission.org. That's WYO mission.org.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. The Wyoming Republican Party on Tuesday asked a legislative committee to loosen state laws that allowed a court to overturn an internal election. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the committee agreed to one of the party's many suggested tweaks.
The way it works is the electoral chain is not quite connected already, right? You vote for precinct committee men and women from your neighborhood, from your party at a state-run election. And then those go on to be voting members of the county party, who in turn can elect a state chair who's not necessarily from among them, can elect state delegates, and the state delegates are not necessarily from among them. But this would take it a step further and say that state chair or whoever can also vote. And so you're kind of expanding the voting power beyond the realm of people that were chosen at the ballot box.
The proposed change now advances to the state's lawmaking session, which opens February 9th. Casper native and University of Wyoming football star Logan Wilson is now a different Cowboy, a Dallas Cowboy. Cowboy State Daily's Justin George reports on the former Cincinnati Bengal going to Jerry's World in the DFW.
He had played for 6 years at the Cincinnati Bengals, but was traded to the Dallas Cowboys right before the NFL trading deadline. So the hope is that he's going to get more playing time there. He was a starting linebacker with the Bengals and had seen sort of his role get diminished. Cowboys are trying to make a push for the playoffs, so they're hoping that Logan can help sort of firm up the tackling.
Always a great ambassador for his home state, Thomas has partnered with Visit Casper to promote local tourism and share the Wyoming way of life with a national audience. A Wyoming legislative committee advanced a bill on Tuesday to criminalize dropping off ballots for other people, with a few exceptions. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that supporters of the bill say it protects election integrity. Critics say it could make felons out of well-meaning friends.
It's a ban of ballot harvesting. They're nervous that someone's going to grab like 20 ballots from a nursing home, people that maybe didn't know what they were doing when they filled them out, and drop them all off at the county clerk's office and sway an election.
If the bill is signed into law, a person violating that law would be charged with a felony punishable by up to 5 years in prison. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Gracie and Pedro might not get along so well.
They're standing on my tail.
But there's one thing they agree on. There's a right seat for everyone.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
Whether you're a dog,
Hold on, Pooch.
a cat, a fish, or a rat.
And I'm a ferret.
Be sure to travel safe.
How can you be so sure?
I'm absolutely positive.
On your next adventure, make sure your children are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
Cowboy State Daily show with Jake, and we welcome into the discussion Parker Jackson. Parker, I accidentally told a couple of lawyer jokes earlier. We got them out of the way.
Well, you know, the problem with lawyer jokes is that they're all true.
The best sense of humor of the lawyers laugh loudest, right? This staff attorney, Goldwater Institute, and pro bono work. Let me set the scene so folks know what we're talking about. The story, by the way, you can read one version of it told in the Rocket Miner. It's their top story of the week. Judge denies stalking order against local mom. And if you'll recall, if some of our listeners will go back with us, this all stems from Sweetwater County School District number 1. You have a parent of a student there at Rock Springs. Is it Rock Springs High School?
Yes.
The student committed suicide. The parent, obviously a concerned parent, who was also on the school board at the time, wanted to learn more, wanted to see some file, like, what happened. She wanted to prevent a suicide from happening to someone else. She just wanted some answers, like many of us would. And in seeking those answers, she put off some people, including Assistant Superintendent Nicole Bolton and others who feared that her questions, I guess, were too, I don't know what the issue they had with the questions, but it became a free speech issue where the parent, Carrie Cochran, is just asking for information, asking for answers, wanting some transparency. And the school district, meanwhile, was, they just closed up and hung and not only closed down and did not provide information, but actually reached out and tried to get a restraining order against her how did you come into the picture? I know Cassie Craven, our favorite attorney, and you're number 2, Parker. She was involved. How did you get involved in this case?
Yeah, thanks for setting that up, Jake. So it should go without saying that no one should be hauled into court simply for criticizing government officials. And unfortunately, that's exactly what happened here. And, but that's not how we kind of found out about this. We found out about Kari's situation because of her dispute with the school district over the records. So after her son's passing, she ended up resigning from the school board in the wake of that, understandably. And then, a year or two after that, she started wanting to gather what pieces were left of her son, including his academic records. And she kind of ran into a brick wall with the school district, and that became a legal dispute. And that was covered in various media outlets throughout the state. And we saw that and we connected with her. And in the midst of her trying to sort out that records issue, she's at home one day and gets a knock at the door, and there's a sheriff standing there with 2 lawsuits accusing her of stalking the assistant superintendent and the superintendent's wife. And then that petition was also filed on behalf of the superintendent. And so, we very quickly recognized that was an inappropriate abuse of the legal process. And we connected her with our friend Cassie Craven, who was able to defend her in court.
Before we get into the issue of whether anything Kari did constitute stalking, that seems to be a reach. Let's go back to her asking for answers, some records, and the school district saying that they cited the freedom of information. What did they cite? Why they wouldn't release the records? Were they correct in that, in your estimation?
They cited the federal FERPA laws that cover education records.
Mm-hmm.
One of the wrinkles here is that her son had turned 18 before he graduated and ultimately committed suicide. And so the school district's position was that he didn't sign a form allowing his parents access to his records as an adult. And so they asked her to go through probate proceedings to show that she was next of kin or whatever. There's a legal dispute there as to whether that was appropriate under FERPA. But regardless of what the ultimate outcome is under the federal law and under the state public records law, completely inappropriate for these 2 officials to turn around in the middle of that dispute and accuse her of stalking.
And what Kari did when she got doors closed in her face, doors slammed in her face by the school district, she was understandably frustrated. She took to social media, took to Facebook posts. Any of those posts she made, and there were numerous, dozens of posts regarding the school district, some of them actually naming Nicole Bolton, some of them. At any point, did she post anything that was, in your opinion, approaching something that would get you a stalking order against you? What did she use language? Was she accusatory, or because Kari says everything I posted was just saying, hey, I'm not getting answers here, or this is happening. She didn't feel she was out of line. Did you?
No, Kari was asking reasonable questions about Title IX and sexual harassment policies. She was asking about grading. Her son, before he committed suicide, was the subject of some sexual harassment and bullying or hazing incidents. And she also still has a daughter in the school district as well. So this affects not just her son that passed, but the daughter that's currently in high school. She was asking questions that affected her academics as well. And both of the judges that ended up looking at these two cases reached the same conclusion, said there's nothing approaching stalking here. There was no evidence presented of stalking. And one of the two judges went out of his way in his written order to cite not only the First Amendment, but the analogous speech protections in the Wyoming state constitution, and said that Kari had engaged in protected political speech criticizing public officials.
Parker Jackson, staff attorney with Goldwater Institute, came to the defense of Kari Cochran, who was probably pretty surprised to find out there was some kind of stalking order. Now, have you seen stalking orders, and have you seen them applied correctly? Is this what you should have been seeking? For instance, this superintendent of the Sweetwater County District, Nicole Bolton, felt like she was being attacked or harassed or something, and got to the point where she didn't want to be in the same room with a Kari Cochran, feared to the point where she wanted a restraining order, a stalking order. Is this what you would, if you were on the other side and you're representing Nicole Bolton, do you say, look, this is not stalking, Nicole, you're wrong here?
No, the judges, particularly the first judge, walked through the Wyoming stalking statutes, and those statutes require that there be actual threats of violence, or that there be some sort of lewd or sexual comment, or there's a couple other very narrow categories, and nothing that was presented approached any of those. You have to understand, you mentioned the social media posts, and that was one set of documents that was filed with the judge, but the two officials also filed public media articles and comments to those articles from other members of the public, not even Kari, and just said that because there was some negative criticism as a result of Kari's media interviews and her social media posts and her activity at school board meetings, that this negative public perception was somehow harassment akin to stalking. That's just not what Wyoming statutes are for. The Wyoming stalking statutes, I should say.
Circuit Court Judge Michael Greer would agree. He denied the petition. He was one of the judges we're talking about. Parker Jackson's with us, and we're talking about Kari Cochran, her case against Sweetwater County School District, her issue with what's going on there. Now, I have heard the school district, this superintendent we're talking about, one of those seeking that stalking order, Nicole Bolton. She clarified that she was not acting as a school board, school representative, but acting as a regular person. She said, me, Nicole Bolton, fears Kari Cochran. We're starting to see a lot of that. In what hat are you wearing? Are you a school board trustee in this case, or are you a regular person? That's becoming an issue. Boy, we saw it with just recently when two school board member trustees were denied access to a meeting there as just individuals, but then the fear they were there as school board trustees. Is it difficult to figure out, and do you need to figure out legally whether somebody is acting as their job or the regular person?
In these cases, it probably didn't matter one way or the other. But from a practical standpoint, the problem for Kari is that had these petitions been granted, they would have essentially converted the assistant superintendent, the superintendent, and the superintendent's wife into roaming censors, where if they didn't want her to speak somewhere, all they would have had to do was show up and she would have had to leave. So that would have applied to school board meetings. It would have applied to other school events that, even that her daughter might have been participating in. And even though this stalking issue is kind of unique from what I've seen, this is not a unique incident, unfortunately. We've seen very similar incidents across the country where there's school officials and some other government officials that overreach to try and silence parents or people they disagree with, try to hide information from them, and in some cases even ban them from school property. Just two other examples. Just last month, the Eighth Circuit Court of Appeals, the federal appellate court, issued an opinion in a similar case where there was a school superintendent that didn't like the fact that a mother had criticized him. And so he colluded with the mother's employer to get her speech censored and to get her fired. And the Eighth Circuit allowed that case to proceed under a similar theory. And then the Goldwater Institute is currently representing another mom in Indiana, and she was banned from school property because she recorded a meeting that she had with the principal that was about her daughter, which was completely legal and appropriate. And so, we're concerned that Kari's case is just another example in this trend, and it's a trend that needs to stop.
Let me ask, we're talking to Parker Jackson. Are First Amendment rights enough, or should Wyoming explore an anti-SLAPP bill? Explain what that is and why maybe that's what we need.
Yeah, so there's kind of three layers here. So I mentioned there's the First Amendment, and that's probably what most people are familiar with. There's also the analogous provision in the Wyoming Constitution, and it has even broader protections for speech. It says something along the lines of every person may freely speak, write, and publish on all subjects. That's not what the First Amendment says. So that's good, and that's broader. And Judge Greer, in his written order, went out of his way to cite that. The problem is there's cases like this where you become the target not just of a speech issue, but where the legal process itself is abused to try and curtail your speech or other constitutional rights. And in that particular case, most states across the country have enacted what you mentioned, anti-SLAPP laws. And SLAPP, it's a clunky acronym. I'm sure some lawyer came up with it. But it stands for Strategic Litigation Against Public Participation. And that's exactly what these two lawsuits were. They were strategically filed to try and get Kari to be quiet. And what these anti-SLAPP laws are designed to do is basically two things. First, it provides immunity to people on the front end of these suits, so that if they get served with something like this, they have a very quick procedural mechanism to file a simple motion with the judge, alerting them that this is probably one of these SLAPP suits that's designed to curtail somebody's constitutional rights. And that just speeds up the entire process. It allows the judge to quickly recognize the problem, to analyze it, and to decide if the case should proceed at all. And that would have helped particularly here in the second case. The first case, Judge Greer immediately recognized the problem as soon as he got the case, and he decided it even without a hearing. So that was great to see. The second judge, which, no fault to him at all, he went ahead and he held a hearing and ultimately reached the same conclusion. But had there been this anti-SLAPP procedure in effect, that probably wouldn't have happened, and it probably would have saved Kari a lot of time and stress, and potentially, had we not been involved, a lot of money. I mean, she appeared at the very first hearing by herself without legal representation. And that's, you just imagine, you're a parent, you have no help at all, and all of a sudden you're thrust into this court proceeding because of something that you said, trying to advocate for your kids. I mean, it's just a terrifying scenario. Fortunately, we were able to help, and we were able to connect her with Cassie, and she was covered at that second hearing with adequate legal representation. But Kari had a hard time finding help on the front end. Luckily we had connected with her about that other issue and recognized this. But anti-SLAPP laws really do kind of make it easier, for people to find legal representation, because they know that there's this quick way out of the case. And then there's the second piece, which is it provides recourse on the back end, so that if you're drugged through the legal process where somebody tried to convert the legal process itself into the punishment, that you're not on the hook for your attorney fees or any court filing costs, that those would be the responsibility of the party that wrongly drug you into court. And so those anti-SLAPP laws provide for the recovery of attorney fees and other sorts of costs that are associated with being drugged through this legal process.
In a pro bono fashion, Goldwater Institute came in defense of Kari Cochran, staff attorney Peter Jackson. is speaking with us on that. One last thing, let me ask you, because your defense, you're in this case, parents at schools are often asked to be more involved with their students, and yet when you do, there's this sense that you're overstepping bounds. This is not the only incident at Sweetwater County, by the way. Sweetwater County School District, there's also the sex, the transgender, and that we know of that one. Going back to 2021, we had a Laramie High School student, Grace Smith, taken away from school grounds in handcuffs over the mask mandate. What else? Public, there was.
I'll just jump in. The school district here, in the wake of Kari's comments at the school board meetings, they also changed their public comment policy so that you're no longer allowed to criticize school officials by name at school board meetings. And we view that as inappropriate. I mean, that's the quintessential place where you go when you have a problem with the school or a school official, is you go talk to the school board, and the school board doesn't want to hear that at a school board meeting.
Does it appear to you, is the legal landscape, is public schools now becoming the new battlefield and litmus test of citizens' constitutional right? Like, man, the school board meeting is now the hottest place to go if you want to see legal fireworks. It's crazy.
Well, you mentioned that COVID-related case. COVID really was kind of the impetus for some of this, because parents and students were forced home for months, or in some cases even years, and parents had a direct view into the classroom and their child's school experience that they really hadn't had before. And so parents started to become more engaged. They started to ask these tough questions, and it's just led to this increase in parental involvement, but also this kind of backlash from government officials that aren't really comfortable with that increased level of involvement. And so we've seen these cases across the country in the wake of that over the last 4 or 5 years. That Eighth Circuit case I mentioned, that originated during COVID. That was, the mother had been critical, I believe, of a mask policy similar to the student in Laramie. And so, we are encouraged to see that parents are becoming more involved in their children's education. Parents have not only these free speech rights, but they have constitutionally protected parental rights. They have a right under the 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution, as well as other protections in Wyoming law, to direct and control the upbringing and education of their children. And that's exactly what Kari was trying to do. And she has every right to ask tough questions about the school district, whether or not she was on the board at the time or not. She was initially, and then she wasn't. And she's become a fierce advocate both for her kids and for other people in the district. And, this trend, getting back to this anti-SLAPP issue, Wyoming, some legislators in Wyoming have recognized this problem. There was an anti-SLAPP bill proposed during this past legislative session earlier this year, and it passed overwhelmingly in the House of Representatives. Unfortunately, it died in the Senate. And so I don't know, what the status of that is, if somebody intends to bring it back. But, Wyoming's one of only 12 states that doesn't have one. And we've been given an F grade by the Institute for Free Speech for our statutory speech laws. Because we don't have this anti-SLAPP protection. A lot of our neighbors have them. Colorado and Utah both have pretty good ones. Idaho has one. I believe Montana has one. And, they vary in quality across the country. But Wyoming, as far as our neighbors go, is notably absent when it comes to fixing this issue.
Yeah, probably not in a budget session that's coming up, or maybe in 2027 we'll see some kind of legislation come back. Parker Jackson's talking with us. One last thing, it was that Natrona County High School. That was, I was trying to think of the whole Turning Point USA Club. And Superintendent of Public Instruction, Megan Degenfelder, was on the show earlier, and she is quoted as saying, when it comes to that Natrona County incident, she said the Constitution does not stop at the school door. It applies throughout school, and I think some school districts may be occasionally forgetting that notion. And your main point with the Kari Cochran thing is nobody should be hauled into court or criticized or anything if they're critical or questioning of government officials. I mean, that's your right, your constitutional First Amendment right to question stuff like that if you do it in the appropriate manner. So, yeah.
That's exactly right. I mean, it's a basic principle of self-government. You know, if we're going to have representative democracy, constitutional republic, we have to have parents and taxpayers and all citizens engaged on the issues that affect them and their families. And if we don't, then we can't expect the government to rush in and solve all of our problems. And we also can't expect that this experiment is going to last much longer. I mean, this has been really an amazing, 200. We're coming up on the 250th anniversary, of the founding of the United States. And, this idea that you couldn't criticize the king was that was one of the things that the country was founded on.
Yeah.
I mean, the entire Declaration of Independence is a list of complaints against the king. And of course, the king didn't like that. And he wanted to not only drag them into court, but execute them. And we can't get there. I mean, we're flirting with that line in this country culturally, where, we overreach and we use any means necessary, whether it's the legal process, whether it's political violence, to try and silence people we disagree with. And it has to stop.
You're exactly right, Parker. Parker Jackson on the show. Goldwater Institute. I'm sure Kari was thankful that you came to her defense and defending her, protecting her political speech. Goldwater Institute and Parker Jackson, thank you for coming on the show. I appreciate it.
Thanks so much, Jake.
Have a great Wednesday. Cowboy State Daily Show continues. We got to take a quick break. We'll be back with more right after these.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the Capitol to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show, weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled, perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming, with a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven. Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far.
A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
let's take a quick trip across the state, find out what's going on in the state of Wyoming. In Pinedale tonight, the Pinedale Fine Arts Council hosting a rare opportunity to enjoy a concert by the Vienna Boys Choir. That's not every day you get to see this illustrious choir perform. Tonight, 7 o'clock, Shepherd Auditorium in Pinedale, the Vienna Boys Choir. It happens to be the 50th anniversary season with the Vienna Boys Choir. And the Pinedale Fine Arts Council. The Vienna Boys Choir captivated music lovers around the globe for 5 centuries now. Angelic voices of the Boys Choir, founded in 1498. Holy cow. I didn't even know they had songs back in 1498. The Holy Roman Emperor Maximilian I. That's how old the choir is. This isn't Maximilian the Third or the Fourth. This is the first Maximilian. The choir was originally established to sing exclusively for the royal court back there in the late 1400s. It established a tradition of having boys sing weekly Sunday masses at the Imperial Chapel of the Hofburg Palace in Vienna, a tradition that continues today. Just go visit the palace any Sunday. You'll see the Vienna Boys Choir sing. Now there's traveling boys choirs. I think there's a handful of them. I think 4 separate touring choirs. Approximately 100 choristers in all, aged 10 to 14. They perform nearly 300 concerts a year in more than 100 countries. One of those touring troops, one of those 4, will appear in Pinedale tonight. What a rare opportunity to see the Vienna Boys Choir. Just to get into that choir, man, you have no idea. One of the most stringent training and admittance policies in all the world. This is an exclusive club to get into. First off, you got to be a boy, and you got to be between the ages of 10 and 14. You also have to gain entrance to a prep school. They receive a complete elementary education. Instruction includes elements of music theory, sight singing, and instruction on at least one instrument. At the age of 9, Vienna Boys Choir members have to pass an examination based strictly on music ability and vocal quality. Though they sing in a church, there's no religious requirements for the choir members. They travel with their choir master, a tutor, and a nurse. The Vienna Boys Choir has visited the United States well in excess of 50 times since 1932, and a rare chance to see them tonight at the Pinedale. 7 o'clock start time at the Shepherd Auditorium. Vienna Boys Choir in Pinedale. Lander City Council puts rezoning on the back burner. Lander City Council heard a number of rezoning applications recently and has thus far rejected all but one. Zoning has been a tense topic in Lander over the past few years. According to the Lander Journal, from a controversial failed attempt to change the city's zoning to recent applications that had flooded the city council, it's created a lot of tension and between businesses. There's affordable housing concerns. The Lander Journal reports on the Lander City Council deciding to put rezoning on the back burner for now, as that remains the hot topic issue in Lander. Bill Sniffen will be on in a couple days. He can talk more about what's going on in Lander. That's his town. Chemtrails are an issue. Laramie Boomerang reporting that chemtrails from government to private jets are poisoning citizens, sterilizing soil, and blocking the sun. That spurred heated debate among lawmakers last week. It culminated in the advancement of two bills intended to prohibit atmospheric modifications over the state legislature's Joint Agriculture, State and Public Lands and Water Resources Committee spent nearly 4 hours talking about chemtrails, the dangers of chemtrails, what they are. They address geoengineering, cloud seeding, and all this kind of stuff. Yeah, chemtrails, an issue with your lawmakers. Meanwhile, in Laramie, the process to find a new president has begun. Remember, outgoing President Seidel needs to be replaced, and the university has announced the very beginnings of the search for a replacement. What it's going to include is a vast members of the committee. I was surprised how many people are going to be on the committee to find and approve the next University of Wyoming president. 17 people representing a wide range of interests will comprise the search committee. They held their initial meeting on October 9th. It's up to that committee to recommend in the neighborhood of 6 candidates that will be considered by UW's Board of Trustees. This is all to select the president to succeed President Ed Seidel. He steps down June 30th of 2026. The Board of Trustees approved a timeline for which the search must adhere, and these 17 members of the search committee include, and you may recognize some names, I did, Faculty Senate Chair and Associate Professor of Department of Economics Rob Godby, Julie Hill, Dean of the College of Law, Dan McCoy, Director of the J. Kemmer Wyoming Outdoor Recreation, Tourism and Hospitality Institute. Chad Baldwin will be involved, the Associate Vice President for Marketing and Communications. Chad sometimes helps us out with interviews with University of Wyoming professors and such. He's a good guy. Paula Medina of Cody, President of the Associated Students of UW. Doug Stark will be on the committee. He's the Converse County Representative, President of UW Foundation Board of Directors. Other members include Diane Schober, who is the outgoing Executive Director of the Office of Tourism. Sue Summers, she's a Pinedale-based painter, book artist, printmaker. Marissa Taylor, Uinta County. Dave True of Casper. Peter Wold, also of Casper, of Wold Oil Properties. Peter has been on the show before. Jim Nyman will also be on this committee. He's out of Hewlett, president of Nyman Enterprises Incorporated, and interim executive director of Wyoming Community College Commission, Paige Fenton Hughes, out of Cheyenne, will also be on the 17-member committee that has just begun the initial stages of searching for the new University of Wyoming president. In other news, let's go to Jackson, Teton County. The Teton County Fair considering bringing back pig wrestling to the county fair. Back during COVID, when, remember we were concerned about everything in the pandemic, and pig wrestling got banned during COVID at the Teton County Fair. It was just another case of something I thought was so ridiculous. As if, pigs could transmit COVID. Maybe they can. Pigs can transmit a lot of stuff worse than, never mind COVID. Who knows what you might get handling a pig. Swine flu, But back during COVID, pig wrestling was banned for a couple years from the county fair at Teton. By the time the pandemic released its grip on the world, the outfitter that supplied the pigs to Teton County's fair retire. They were basically a husband and wife team. Double D Livestock out of Grable. They provided the pigs for Teton County's fair and for many other fairs. And in 2020, the event was canceled. In 2021, the event was canceled, I think. And then finally, Double D Livestock went out of business. Ron and Donna, who run it, retired. And that left basically no one to choose from. There's very few pig providers that have pigs that could supply them to a county fair to wrestle them. And if you're not familiar with pig wrestling, is a 4-member team grabs a hold of a squiggly pig that is running around in bentonite, making the pig super slippery. And you got to put the pig in a barrel. And then, of course, the pig is squealing. Some folks think that's not nice to the pigs. There have been animal advocates who have protested in the past. But the reason the pigs have not come back to the fair is not that. It's the fact that nobody has pigs. But fair officials have found a new pig proprietor, some outfit out of Idaho Falls. Mark Romriel's company, MKO Genetics, is stepping up, saying they can provide pigs and personnel for the Teton County Fair in 2026, should the Teton Board of County Commissioners approve the contract, which totals about $5,500. So $5,500 get you pigs for the fair. And the county commissioners in Teton considering bringing back pig wrestling to the county fair. Wyoming Game and Fish is asking residents to please dispose properly of your pumpkins now that Halloween is over. Some folks like to leave them outside on the door stoop for animals to eat, wildlife to eat. Pumpkins are pretty popular with many ungulates, many wildlife animals. But Game and Fish urges folks not to just throw your pumpkins into the woods. They say especially mule deer, who have a very sensitive digestive system. Mule deer should not be eating hay. They may want to in the winter, but they can't digest it very well. And they don't digest pumpkins very well either, even though they like them. It could often lead to sick animals. This time of the year, Game and Fish says the department gets many calls about sickly deer fawns, and much of this can be attributed to deer eating food that offers little nutritional value, and they have a difficult time digesting unnatural food. This includes your Halloween pumpkin. Stan Harder, Game and Fish wildlife biologist out of Lander, says it makes them susceptible to parasites, other diseases. Just don't do it. Stan says mule deer should not be eating your pumpkins. Dispose of them properly. More coming up as we take the final break of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We'll make a run for the finish line after this.
Wyoming is the Cowboy State. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Even the mighty might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk. They hear you.
Here's that Jackson Walker story I wanted to talk about. Jackson writes this story of the Cowboy State Daily, and I wonder if we're not fast approaching a day and age where you just cannot have a male coach of a female team. It's become increasingly difficult to navigate that relationship. This is not grandpa's world anymore. And I wonder if schools are going to just decide it's not worth the potential trouble, because we see it happen all too often now, too much, where male coaches of a female team come under scrutiny, allegations. Now, we got to be careful we're going to not get into specifics on this. This is a Cody coach, in this case, a Cody high school basketball coach of the Cody Phillies basketball team. These girls are so good. It's too bad that the actual players have to get dragged through this whole issue, because it detracts from what the Phillies do on the basketball court. They're such a good team. But in this case, Cody coach is denying sexual misconduct allegations. There's reports of late night texts from his own personal phone to players, which he has defended as saying they're mostly have to do with, basketball stuff, like don't forget your sneakers to tomorrow's game or something. I don't know. And then there's also accused, besides the inappropriate texts late at night, there's also giving unwanted shoulder rubs. And that gets really tricky, does it not? My filter, my test might be different from your test, might be different from mom's test. Mom who has a daughter on the basketball team might be different from coach. And what we see and what we just gut feel is appropriate and not appropriate. For instance, your one of your players makes a game-winning shot, and she's excited and she jumps into your arms and you have a quick hug. How long should the hug last before you say that's weird if it's a male coach? It gets really, really weird fast, doesn't it? the shoulder rub. If you're a coach walking behind your player, you give him a shoulder rub saying, don't worry, kid, just shake it. If the kid commits a foul, you say, don't worry, shake it off, and you give him a quick shoulder rub. How long is the shoulder rub okay? There are eyes on those things all the time. And I'm making very general comments here. I don't know I know of the coach. I know the team. He's an assistant coach. He's not the head coach of the basketball team. He's married with girls of his own, by the way. So this is not a guy who doesn't understand what is appropriate, what is not appropriate with a male teacher and a male coach and a female student athlete. I'm sure he gets it. He's got kids. He's married. His wife was the volleyball coach, I think, for a while, and she stepped out of that role. He says he's being persecuted by certain parents who want him out of the job. So in general, I can respect both sides, and this is why this issue is an absolute third rail. I mean, lightning rod. On one hand, you do have parents of kids that are a little overzealous in their kids' sports career. We've all seen it. Parents at the game yelling at referees for the call. I mean, parents that are way too dial it back, Dad. Bring it down, Mom. It's just a game kind of parent. And then that sometimes leaks over into my kid's not getting enough playing time. Why is the coach playing this kid? My kid's better than that kid. And they make a lot of noise. They make difficult for the coach. They go to the AD. They go to the school's athletic director. They go over the coach's head and they say, this coach is not playing my kid. But you can't say it like that. You can't go to the superintendent of a school district and say, I want the coach fired. He doesn't play my kid enough. So you got to do other things like the coach is verbally abusive. He runs a real hard practice. And my girl doesn't like that. There's so many ways to apply heat to that job if you're a parent. So many. And I've watched it happen. I watched a coach in Jackson get run out of town, run out of the job by a select few parents, minority parents. I've watched it happen now twice. So I've seen that aspect. You got to be so careful about helicopter parents or whatever, Karen parents, whatever you're going to call these parents that just go too far with the whole pursuit of their kiddos' sports career. And they can't get coaches fired for no good reason. They can get good coaches fired for little reason other than they're the squeaky wheel. You got to be very careful of that. And that's what this coach, by the way, is saying is happening at the Cody High School, where he is the girls' basketball coach, assistant coach. Sam Buck is the guy we're talking about. Yet, on the other hand, when you have particularly a male coach with female players, doesn't always have to be that way. You could be a male coach of male players and be accused of things like, being too hard on your team, too abusive. At what point do you cross the line when you're a coach that demands more of his players? Let's say you're an old school coach that would yell at his players. It's great to be encouraging, saying that's okay, you'll make the next shot, or that's okay. At what point do you say, tell one of your players, get your head out of your butt, get in the game, focus, and yelling in an encouragetive, constructive way. You're not allowed to do that anymore. You're really not. Certainly can't put hands on a player. But the day is gone when you can get in a player's face, like say as a football coach, and say, what are you doing out there? Wake up, or something like that. I'm trying to think of a sports thing. You just about can't do that anymore. Now you add the tricky navigation of male coach and a female player. And what can you do? What is appropriate? what is not appropriate. I think we all have our standards. We all have what passes a sight and smell test. If we saw it, we would say, that's not appropriate. Or we would say, well, that's okay. That's a regular coach-player thing. But we're not all on a school board. We're not all the decision makers. Sometimes it comes down to an AD, a school superintendent. And boy, this thing can get really sideways really fast. And this particular case highlights that whole deal. The Cody High School, Sam Buck, and his dealings with his female basketball team. Really touchy issue. And this is one incident, but it's an issue that's not going to go away anytime soon, anywhere, Wyoming or wherever. Jackson Walker has that story. Check it out. Get updated. Get up to speed on that. Read it in the Cowboy State Daily. Also, I wanted to check out this story about a tourism study. Andrew Rossi wrote this one. A tourism study that has put a dollar value to bears, grizzly bears, black bears. How much do they mean to tourism? How much does it mean to the average visitor and tourist of Yellowstone, for instance, to see a bear? Can you attach a dollar amount, an actual monetary value to bears? Well, they did. They being Yellowstone National Park, a study that they had done. The group doing this study is, who did this study? Scientists with the National Park Service and U.S. Geological Survey conducted a study in an attempt to try to quantify the societal economic values of Yellowstone National Park grizzly bears and black bears. The authors of the study found through a series of complicated math that your average grizzly bear is worth about nearly $50,000. That's what they found. Black bears less so. It's more important to see a grizzly, but I thought it was super interesting. It's the first time, the only time I've ever heard of any attempt being made to monetize the value of a grizzly. Each grizzly in the Yellowstone National Park is worth about $43,000 or $46,000. Just so you know, Andrew Rossi has that story. It dropped on November 1st. That is it. We're out of time for a Wednesday. We'll see you tomorrow, same time. Cowboy State Daily Show. Got to wrap it up. Everybody have a great Wednesday.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.